got a Democrat-led state with Democrat gas taxes, or in Pennsylvania's case, Republican gas taxes. It's not that cheap. But Ford has said they're shifting from their electric truck, a response to a year that's been tough for the technology, and they're out. And they're just the latest. People just don't want it. They want the dependability of the internal combustion engine. It still works. It's still the most powerful. It's still the most reliable. Ford is ditching the plug-in truck. I certainly would never buy one. I would buy Z-Factor, though, if I don't get a good night's sleep. I sure would. I'd reach out today. If I battled and got up this morning and felt tired and didn't sleep well, look, this is for you. Try it. It's all natural. It's 4 natural ingredients. The doctors that created Relief Factor said, let's make something for sleep. So they tried it out, and people like my wife swear by it. Christine takes it anytime she knows she's had a busy day in her mind. She just can't quiet it. She got a lot of thoughts going on up there. She takes it about an hour before bed, then reads a good book. Stay off the phone. That's critically important. Stay off the phone. Take your Z-Factor, and then drift off to a good night's sleep. Stay asleep. Best of all, wake up feeling refreshed, not all groggy and doped up like a lot of sleep aids make you feel. It's Z-Factor from the makers of Relief Factor, $19.95 for a 30-night supply at 800-4-RELIEF. 800, the number 4-RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Senator Eric Schmidt, Open Line Friday tomorrow. See you then. Merry Christmas. Your immune system's job is to detect, deflect, and destroy bacteria and viruses you come into contact with daily. And if you've learned anything since COVID, it's that there's nothing quite as important as a strong and powerful immune system, right? Well, 25 years ago, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black invented Texas Superfood, the original superfood. 55 vine-ripened fruits and vegetables, probiotics, and enzymes. You can build your body's defense from the inside out with Texas Superfood. We all know we should eat fresh fruits and vegetables every day, but we have busy schedules, and a lot of us don't do that. So if you can't, won't, or just don't eat all your fruits and vegetables every day, Texas Superfood is made just for you. Start boosting your immune system today. Go to TexasSuperfood.com and use the discount code Chris. You'll get 35% off your first order. That's TexasSuperfood.com. Use the discount code Chris to get 35% off. TexasSuperfood.com, discount code Chris.
Another trip to the doctor, another diagnosis, another expensive treatment that might or might not even work. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and we hear this story almost every single day. You're back in the treatment room, your dog is shaking with anxiety, and you're shaking because you don't know how much this is going to cost you. Skin allergies, joint pain, digestive upset, ear infections, it's always something. And each time you walk out with a bag full of medication, hoping this will finally be the answer. The truth is, most canine medical problems have one common root cause. The immune system.
Fox on Tech.
Need to edit that report for work or school? AI has an app for that. ChatGPT has been testing integrations with outside apps developed specifically for working with ChatGPT, and now ChatGPT's parent company, OpenAI, unveils integration with some Adobe apps. The integration means you can ask ChatGPT to perform the work you would have done yourself. Maybe it does it better as your skills are limited, or maybe it does it more quickly as your time is limited. But now you'll be able to ask ChatGPT to perform certain alterations to photos using Adobe's Photoshop. You can ask it to create PDF files from your documents and pictures using Adobe Acrobat. And you can also ask ChatGPT to make social media style graphics and content using Adobe Express. You can even open the apps and fine-tune the bot's work. The integrations are free to users via the web, via iOS or Android. With Fox on Tech, I'm Evan Brown, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Marijuana reclassified. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That's President Trump's goal, just signing an executive order in support of reclassifying marijuana from Schedule 1, the same category as heroin, to a Schedule 3 drug like Tylenol, deemed to have legitimate medical uses.
For decades, this action has been requested by American patients suffering from extreme pain, incurable diseases, aggressive cancers, seizure disorders, neurological problems, and more.
The DEA has been reviewing reclassification, also proposed by President Biden. The new order would not legalize marijuana at the federal level.
Not everyone is thrilled with the idea. A Catholic vote saying rescheduling cannabis would falsely signal it's safe and medically proven when it hasn't gone through FDA approval or long-term safety studies. A handful of House and Senate Republicans are also wanting the White House to reconsider. They've been writing to the Attorney General, begging for the administration to think what this may mean for law enforcement.
Fox's Mark Meredith. The president also just confirming he's still considering declaring a national emergency over housing, but wants to help more people buy homes without hurting property values for existing homeowners. New charges in a Minnesota fraud scandal.
First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson now says that $18 billion in taxpayer money has been spent on at least 14 state-run programs in Minnesota that have been flagged for fraud, with 5 new charges announced on top of dozens of others against suspects accused of stealing via Medicaid programs funding housing, autism, and other services.
The magnitude of the fraud in Minnesota cannot be overstated. It's staggering amounts of money that have been lost.
Saying some of the stolen money was sent overseas to Kenya and Somalia.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. 6 additional defendants now charged, with 1 pleading guilty. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has announced a new statewide auditing program. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
To death in Arizona for a string of killings over several weeks in 2017 around Metro Phoenix. 43-year-old Cleophas Cooksey Jr. was found guilty of 8 murders in September, including his own mother and stepfather, also convicted on other counts. He still denies killing anyone. Investigators say Cooksey was wearing one victim's necklace when he was arrested, had keys from another victim, and a gun used in several of the killings. A New Jersey mayor is found not guilty of endangering and abusing his teenage daughter.
Atlantic City Mayor Marty Smalls Sr. was accused of beating his now 17-year-old daughter 2 years ago, once with a broom until she was unconscious, and later of trying to influence her testimony. He's found not guilty on all charges: endangering the welfare of a child, assault, making terroristic threats, and witness tampering. He and his daughter both took the stand. She described the alleged abuse. He denied it and says he never hit her with a broom. He was defending himself, and she fell and hit her head. His wife, Laquetta Small, Atlantic City Public School Superintendent, faces similar charges and goes on trial next month. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Frustration in L.A. over the timing of a reservoir repair.
Tis the season of Santa Ana winds again in Southern California. Hot, dry winds now through March that tend to fan existing fires. And yet, a critical water reservoir for Pacific Palisades could be taken offline again in January. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power planning to replace the floating cover at the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was famously offline when fire hydrants ran dry as the horrific New Year's blaze burned over 7,000 homes and businesses. Emergency repairs were completed in June, but already the cover is showing damage again, prompting a plan to drain the reservoir for as long as 9 months for the fix. In the meantime, installing a 6-mile high-pressure hose line from tanks in Topanga.
Fox's Therese Crowley. An hour to the close on Wall Street. Stocks remain higher, but not as high as earlier. The Dow's up 106. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra chinar.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today. At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
6 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
Afternoon, good morning, Guam. At 6:07 on Friday, December 19. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A Superior Court judge ruled yesterday that jurors in the John Mike Muliaga murder trial will see 2 social media videos of the fatal 2021 altercation. Judge Alberto Tolentino decided one video will be played without sound to avoid hearsay from unidentified bystanders. The second video, which shows Muliaga striking the victim on the ground, will be played with full audio. The judge ruled that statements in the second video are admissible because the witnesses are available to testify. Muliaga is charged in the death of Jaron Wildbacher outside of the King's Tamuning restaurant. The trial is expected to last more than 2 weeks. Meanwhile, GMH leaders say long-running medical supply shortages are hurting employee morale at the island's only public hospital. Interim Administrator and CEO Dr. Jolene Ugin acknowledged staff fatigue after years of limited resources, aging facilities, and supply chain problems. Her comments follow an anonymous letter from frontline workers who say basic supplies are often hard to find, forcing some staff to buy items with their own money. Ugin confirmed periodic shortages tied to vendor back orders, delayed payments, and budget uncertainty. She said recent procurement changes and a nearly $20 million funding allocation aim to stabilize supplies and support patient care. We'll have more news after this. Advocates say proposed changes to GDOE's governance must focus on student needs, not just power and structure. At a community roundtable Wednesday night, residents discussed accountability, representation, and access within Guam's largest agency. Deaf and disability advocates Kirsten Rosario and Kevin Lazama Regis said the event itself highlighted ongoing access failures, including limited sign language interpretation. Regis cited a 2018 National Deaf Center investigation he called damning and said conditions have not improved. He also criticized the repeal in 2022 of a deaf and blind school option and a continued lack of interpreters. And hundreds of residents gathered at Skinner Plaza on Wednesday for the 4th annual Governor's Holiday Light Festival. The event featured more than 20 local vendors, holiday lights, and activities. Attendees said the festival created a welcoming and festive atmosphere, especially for families and children. The Hafaday Holidays Parade included over 26 entries from GovGuam agencies and community groups. Spectators enjoyed decorated floats, candy giveaways, and appearances by popular characters. Vendors said the event supported small businesses while giving families a fun way to celebrate the season together. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
10 after 6 o'clock in the morning, and there's rumor floating around. I'm going to say it's rumor, so you don't come out. It doesn't come off as a fact. I heard rumor is that the reason why the lights in Tumon were late was because they were taken to be used over at Skinner Plaza. There was a change in the budget or something like that. They already had the ones for Tumon.
Sharing.
They already had the ones for Tumon, and then somebody over at Adloop, I wonder who that was, says, "Oh no, we're not doing Tumon first. We're going to do Skinner Plaza, and then we'll light up Tumon." And that's why the lights in Tumon to entertain our tourists, et cetera, haven't all been completely installed or lit up at night, which is kind of the whole point. As I said, rumor. I don't know. People are saying hateful things around the holidays. Imagine that. So here's the weather for today. Not hateful weather. It's mostly sunny on Friday with highs around 87 degrees. Again, parents of students that attend Department of Education schools, let them sleep in. Let the kids sleep in. Or better yet, wake them up and make them go to work. Do some chores or something like that. To clean up the house, paint the house, something like that. Mow the yard. Don't worry. It's all the neighbor kids will be doing it at 6 o'clock in the morning as well. Where was I? Mostly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. Easterly winds up to about 13 miles an hour. It doesn't say much about gusting during the day, but it says we might see some gusts tonight up around 18 miles an hour. Partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Mostly sunny in the forecast for Sunday as well, but no grill marks because you have to use it for shopping, because technically we are in what I and other bachelor men will consider to be the last minute to get your Christmas shopping done. You can do Christmas shopping, then go get your grill marks. With a heat index today is going to feel like 92 degrees. We got sunrise this morning about 6:38, still a ways off. Sunset tonight should be about 5:58 or so, and that's a ways off as well. News and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for Lothies over 70 years.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL Air Purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam. Turn to the experts this Christmas.
6 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
It's okay. Calm down. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. Tell you what, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reach out to my buddies over at Micronesia Mall. Renee, I know you're listening. What are the weekend hours for Micronesia Mall? And we'll see if we can get what we can get from the other shopping locations so that here we are as we move into the last minute weekend of the last weekend before Christmas, kids. We'll find out what the opportunities are going to be for you to go out there and get your Christmas shopping done while it's still dark outside. 6:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and the team over at Guam Regional Medical City. There, your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Got that out.
Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
French horns. Did the French horns kick in yet? That's usually a signal here that we got to get things going. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you for so many reasons. There's so much to talk about today. Donna's got some news that she's. Are you working? You're wearing makeup. You got a thing today?
I have 2 weddings today.
Wow,
you
noticed, Are you officiating the weddings, or are you just going to play the? You're playing the thing.
Are you okay, Ray?
What?
You noticed her makeup, man. I didn't even. Wow, Donna. Hey.
It's so rare that we look at each other's faces. No,
I guess I put too much on. It's noticeable.
This is the way it works around here. I can go like 2 or 3 days, after getting a haircut before Donna.
Nobody will notice, dude.
Hey, you're not wearing any shoes today. Is everything all right? And about the same thing with Real Joe. I don't know from one day to the next. He could be walking around wearing Donald Duck pants for Oh wait, Donald Duck doesn't wear pants. But anyway, or yeah, maybe. But because the only thing I see from my perspective, unless I see him walking around in the middle, is from here up, because we got computer monitors in between here and there. So it's always kind of interesting to finally just catch up and you slow down for a second and take notice.
Oh man,
slow down for do that today in your everyday life. Maybe something over at the office. And just kind of look at the girl that you work with next door and say, hey, you got a boob job. You got a boob job. Really? I hadn't noticed before. Yeah, take that out for a spin. See what the lady at HR says. But anyway, so yeah, and in your own home and your family, you might want to ask your wife or something like that. Hey, did you get a haircut? You know what? Just kind of lean into that, because I always ask you. The least favorite thing in the world is like a wife girlfriend saying, "Okay, do you notice anything different about me?" Try that with your husband today. Come on. Today, just. Even though you didn't do anything, even though you didn't go to the hair place or the nail place or get yourself a new gown or anything, just go up to your husband, your boyfriend, and say, do you notice anything different about me today? Just see what his reaction is. Just do that. It'll be fun. Quiet rides to work, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, 6:17 in the morning. Yeah, I'm in that kind of mood. Frisky for a lot of different reasons. You know what I got in the mail today?
Presents?
No, I didn't get any presents in the mail today.
I got you Bitcoin.
We did get some cool stuff from Take Care. That was sweet. They always give me these things that the idea is I've got a little bento, so I can pack a delicious and healthy lunch and snack for work or something like that. But they also hold between 6 and 12 beers. It's like right. Michelob Ultras. They come in those thinner cans. You can get a whole lot more of those in those carryabouts and things like that. They also got this. I got to Take Care beach blanket for the next time I go and exercise my right to get grill marks.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, that's what that was. A blanket in there.
Thank you, Take
Care. But there's so many things to be thankful for today. I got in the mail. I received my GWA bill, which is I don't. I'm trying to figure out how much, how I use so much water. My water bill is almost $80 for a month. It's just
That's pressure washing.
It's just me. Yeah, well, I'm thinking pressure washing and maybe a significant amount of fly. I don't do that much laundry at the house. I generally do one load a week. And if it's any, I got myself one of those like super efficient washing machines, so it's a lot of capacity in there, so I can go for a week and a half or so without having to worry about getting a whole lot of laundry in there, and then it dries, it spins like super fast, so it gets most of the water out before I put it in the expensive part, which is the dryer. But anymore with the changes in the LEAC, like I said, painted the house white, got the roof done, and now my power bill is under $250 a month.
Nice.
Over at
wow.
I know.
Uncle Si.
And that's with an air conditioner. That's with at least one air conditioner blowing all the time. But anyway, so I also got my power bill. That's how I know it's under $250 this month. And you know what I discovered in the power bill today? The letter. I got my copy of the letter. This is
so
my
it really
own.
Happened.
Yes, it really happened. So, and just when you thought the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration fatigue was just starting to set in. You know what's interesting about this letter that I didn't know yesterday?
What?
Page 2.
Oh, there's another
There's
page.
more. I got down to where it was a hit job against the Republicans and a couple of Democrats. The list. These are the people that voted no for my plan. Yeah. So, but I got down to that. The following senators were excused absence, so they get a pass against my rage: Shelley Calvo, Joe St. Augustine, and Tello Taitui. And I thought that was it. And then I got it in the mail today, and then I flipped it over, and now there's more. I want to read it to you now, but I just don't think I'm. Nice. I don't think I'm of the voice at this time in the broadcast to deliver it in my overly dramatic way. You know how much I like to take things that come out of Guadeloupe and read it in my.
So you don't want to ruin the day so
in my
early?
Dramatic voice. See, it cracked a little bit there. I gotta wait until I get a little bit more. I get a little more breathy under me before I go into the overly. And you got to do it dramatically, right? Carlo Branch wrote this, and I think he wrote this specifically, using my dramatic reading voice in his head when they wrote this letter to all of the ratepayers, et cetera, et cetera. So I will share this with you if you haven't gone away. You know what? And I was talking to somebody. Who called in yesterday and said, "Is that for real?" I said, "Yeah," and he says, "Okay," because I didn't see it in my in my mail. And then, as it turns out, calls me back later on. He says, "You know what happened? Is the wife opened the mail, and the only thing the wife was concerned about was the bill. Right? You open up your thing, you get the bill. I mean, how many of you really read the GPA letter that comes in with the bill?
I look at the women.
Exactly, because that's only, and the rest of it is a commercial for GPA, and you toss it, right? Yeah. Well, that's what this guy's wife did. She opened up the mail, took out the bill, and then put the rest of it in the trash can, which apparently crap like this belongs in. But anyway, I will share with you in my dramatic voice the page 2 of the governor's letter. If you're just opening it, don't read it yet. Don't read it. Wait until I read it to you. And then there's the other thing. What's that old Journey song? GOP in a smoky room, smell of wine and cheap perfume.
Dark, smoky room.
There was apparently a get-together, I believe it was last night, among many movers and shakers.
Thanks for the no invite.
The hierarchy. I would have that time of day.
They wouldn't invite you, Ray.
Yeah, that time of day I'm hammered already. But anyway, but it wouldn't have made much more of an interesting get together. But there's art floating around. Apparently, there was a get together in one of the conference and meeting facilities over at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Tumon, among many of the GOP elite. Not all of the GOP elite. And some other interesting kind of, I don't want to refer to them as interlopers, but I see one or two people that I would have associated a little bit more closely today with the Leon Guerrero administration. Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, et cetera. And then we've got room for high political drama here because today finally is the day that Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is going to rally up with, former Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes in the beautiful village of Agana Heights at the lookout there, Fort Apugan.
That's right.
Yes. Now, a place where many had their virginity taken from them or gave up their virginity one way or the other in an interesting spot with an interesting view. The line was in order to attract people to go up there. Back in the olden days, the guy would go to the girl and say, "Hey, there's a spot at Fort Apugan. If you look out over the Agana area, you can see lights in the shape of a Valentine." Oh, are you getting that? Did it give you the feels? Did it give you that special 1970s making out at Fort Apugan feel?
Yeah.
Back in the olden days, though, it wasn't always making out at Fort Apugan. That was also a spot where everybody liked to go and drive their cars with the CB radio because, it's like line of sight. It was line of sight up there, and you could get better coverage. You could actually have a chance to talk to chicks in League One Terrace with your CB radio, your 21-channel CB radio. Back in the olden days. Yeah. And even back in those days, people used handles because they didn't want their parents listening in and then wondering who it is that my baby girl is listening or talking to on the CB radio. But anyway, that was a good spot for that back in the day. 6:24 in the morning, 888-8255. Let me pronounce that better. 888-8255, TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. Feel free to use that at any time to give me your thoughts, your suspicions, your conspiracy notes on whatever it is that is happening here today. Some interesting national stories that are out there and breaking up to and including. And this is going to be a local story. This is one of those national stories that will be a local story. The President of the United States of America today, with the expectations of virtually everybody in the nation, has rescheduled cannabis, marijuana, from Schedule 1, where I don't believe it ever should have been, to Schedule 3 on the schedule calendar, and the guy in the Fox News says that puts it in the same zone as like Tylenol aspirin.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Yes. Oh my God. So it'd be, the first time we ever was. Yeah. Remember when you could just open a thing of Tylenol and pop the pills, and now you got to open it, and then you got to get past this little thing, and it's got the aluminum foil seal on it. Yeah, that goes back to the 1980s when somebody did some poisoning. At any rate, it has been rescheduled. Now he said this is not an endorsement of recreational use of marijuana. We want to do this because it will assist with the capabilities of research. We'll be able to do more research on marijuana and find out about all of the other really, really good things that people claim come with marijuana use, but we haven't been able to really verify in a clinical research way because of the Schedule 1 laws that prevented that. So now there's that opportunity. On the other hand, it is possible that there's a whole heck of a lot of people that have got dollar signs in their eyes now that it is going to be moved off of Schedule 1, which means that there will be opportunities to be able to pursue, banking with it. You'll be able to whatever it is that you make when you sell, you'll be able to deposit that in a bank. Maybe even easier for doctors, people in the medical profession, to stop suggesting the use of clinical marijuana and maybe actually getting around to finding ways to prescribe it. And then we've got the question about what about Guam? What about Guam? So we've got laws that have enabled medicinal use of marijuana. Thank you, Luis Borja. And then we've got, thank you very much, Clint Rigel, who didn't bother with the referendum on this, just said, let's make a bill and let's see if we can pass it and make recreational marijuana legal on Guam. And he did. And then there was the Cannabis Control Board that was put together to control the growth and sales of marijuana here on Guam. Do we still need it? Do we still need the Cannabis Control Act here on Guam? Is there still a requirement now that it is moved off to Schedule 3 to even bother with that? Can anybody now, based on its movement and rescheduling, can anybody now start growing recreational marijuana and sell it like we sell cigadizas and cucumber? It's now just something that you can grow in your backyard. You should be able to sell it anywhere you want to for whatever price you want to. And all of the things that we were talking about, Green Mile back in the day, little places where you can go. And I mean, it's not like you can't do it now, but I mean, it's just a little bit more, convenient for business people to say, you know what, from now on, we're a cannabis and coffee shop. From now on, we're a cannabis clinic. From now on, we're this, that, or the other. And one of the staple features is going to be marijuana smoking and marijuana eating and different things that you can put together because it's changed. I think this is more tectonic than people think. But we got all morning to talk about that. 6:28 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots, like I said, in the table of contents. I'll make introductions quickly. Real Joe gets the phone when you call, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Donna D takes care of news and headlines, and she's got a bunch of stuff that we can talk about, and maybe a couple of throwbacks from earlier in the week that are getting some retread and new attention. We'll bring all of that to you as the program continues. Other ways to get a hold of us on the radio, it will have to wait until after I've introduced all of these survivors here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same.
Like here?
You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah. Would have been fun to be in that room where everybody knows your name? And can you recognize if not many of the faces that are on the screen right now? Is that Tom Shea sitting in that chair here? I think I recognize his scrubs there over at the spot.
Doctor.
Is that Dr. Simon? It's a get together medical practitioners. That's what it was. Dr. Tom Shea over there. That looks like Dr. Simon Sanchez.
Dr. Sai.
Dr. Kaleo Moylan.
Yeah,
wait a second. Hold on. Let me zoom in on this one. Frank Bloss Jr. Is that Tilly? I think that's Tilly.
Yeah,
and seated right next to him looks like Mary Okada.
Sure does.
Isn't that Mary Okada?
It is.
GCC Mary
I love
Okada.
her.
Yeah, she was presided over the GCC Christmas food plate deal and the bake sale that they had.
Yeah,
Had personally
turns good.
handing out $5 bottles of the Mango de Nancy that was on sale there. This is kind of interesting. But I was looking at the other pictures. I didn't see Tony Ada in there or EJ in
Maybe
any
he's
of the
taking
shots.
the pics.
There's former senator. That's
Espaldon.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Jimmy Espaldon.
yeah.
There's Fancy Santos in the picture that we've got there. Is that Dr. Mike Cruz?
He looks bored. Dr. Mike, General, sir.
I have to be here, but I'm sitting out the election. The board Mike Cruz. Yeah. But at least he's not on his phone.
I would have been on Brown?
It looks like. I'm not 1,000% sure on everybody that was at the thing. But yeah, that's where everybody knows your name in the gizmo that was taken over at the Crown Plaza. And I'm not a fixture of the Republican Party. I'm not a fixture of the Republican Party, and even if I was, I'm not a high up fixture of the Republican Party. So I wasn't not told about this, nor was I invited to. But it just means that I've got all morning long to assemble information to find out what the topic of information was at this particular GOP get-together. Interesting, though, one of the things that I don't see a whole lot of, and this is how you can tell I wasn't there, there's no beer on the table.
No.
Take a look. You see anybody? I don't.
Zero.
Like, there's one glass of water. There's one glass of water. There's no beer anywhere. Had I been there, I would have been handing them out. Everybody, there's going to be drinking here today. There's going to be. What do you want? I got regular.
Shots.
I got regular Bud.
Shots.
I got Bud Light. What's your plan here? Anyway, 6:31 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-255 888-TALK. At number one in the Gizmo this morning, my Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas. Hey, Auntie Bennett, were you invited? Were you invited? Wait, because Auntie Bennett
didn't get the memo?
So Auntie Bennett here this morning is going to say hello and good morning to all of her favorite Republicans that are running for office. But the only gubernatorial team that she seems to acknowledge here is Tony and EJ. So
yeah.
So you know where my head's going. Okay, is this the signal that there is going to be a little bit of a split or rift in the Republican Party based on the characters that are running for office right now? Inquiring minds want to know. EOD Kaboom online.
Odd wives.
Absolutely. Looking forward to maybe meeting up with this guy over the weekend, exchanging some radio parts. Lori with a Y, Duenas online. Let me see who else is in the machine. I got JB Sinicolas saying good morning all. Fry Yay, which is what he's saying. I don't see a countdown just yet to the Christmas. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. Great to see you there. JB, there it is. JB's countdown. It says 5 days, 18 hours until the birth of our Lord and say the celebration of the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus, Harold Christ, best president ever. Felix Bumba is online. I see Elizabeth Mendiola Kichitu online. Hi, Ken Augustin. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada says, good morning, everybody. You know, Real J, I don't think we've seen Tony Ada at any of the get-togethers at Crown Plaza. Avaton, where were you last night?
He never came.
He was not invited.
We love you.
What did you know that? Did you know that there was going to be a party last night? Guam's own party, God's own party.
Man, he's been so busy lately. Who knows?
No, they were getting together at the thing. Off of Margaret Estacio. There's Mike Jr. Laguetnia. There's a familiar name. Off of Maguette. Checking in from Air Warfare Missile Integration Laboratory. Can't say where.
Oh, nice.
Just say Area 51, bro.
Hush, hush.
It's all right. Area 51.
To know basis.
But let's have the Area 51 5K again. Let me see. There's Auntie Bennett telling me who to vote for. Charlie Hermosa, John Savares, Joe Areola, Alexander Duenas, Marvin Crisostomo, Will Castro, Richard Taitano, Mateo Mortera, Frank Areola for Republican Senators 2026. So you put down Frank Areola.
What?
Auntie Bennett.
Frank Areola.
Was there another meeting last night? Was there another?
Yeah, that's Frank Areola in the background.
Yeah. I tell you what, there's two Areolas in the list, right? Yeah, Joe Areola and Frank Areola. Anyway, there's Stephen Blake online, says, good morning, Ray and Point Gang. Auntie Bennett saying, Oba, Stephen Blake.
Real guy. Yeah.
Real guy that dropped off BeetleNet for me yesterday.
Thanks for the BeetleNet
Absolutely.
guy.
Thank you, Brett. Man, it's nice to have the fresh stuff. Joe Kai is online saying, good morning, Woostig Neighbors and G4S 2025 Best Security Company. Right on, bro. Keena McCausland is excited because there's football going on tonight in states. You can turn on the TV and watch her beloved Seattle Seahawks taking on the Rams.
So it's not the Niners.
No, beloved Niners won't be playing until I think it's Sunday their day. Monday morning we'll have the NFL. And who are they going to be playing? It's hold on, let me look at the thing here. 49ers going to be playing the Colts. Yeah. And let me just
celebrating now.
You think? No, bro. I got to share this with you. So my daughter and I had stacks yesterday, and my daughter and Misty, and Misty's from States too. So Misty gave me because they're not going to be here for Christmas. Everybody's going to Korea except me.
Oh, that's cool.
They're going to Korea with all of the people in that meeting. They're all going to Korea for the holidays, not me. But so they wanted to give me Christmas presents. So Miami got me a box, and I'm excited about opening up the box on somewhere around Christmas. And Misty gives me a hat, and it's like one of those farmer hats, except underneath the brim. It's San Francisco 49er stuff.
Oh, sweet.
So like I can be working out outside and doing the yard and everything, and when I take my hat off to wipe my brow, I can be reminded of the best NFL football team of all time, the San Francisco 49ers.
Periodically faithful.
So yes, exactly. But as I'm opening it up and putting it on and showing, San Francisco 49ers. I love this, Misty. Thank you very much. The guy sitting next to me over at Stacks says, "Wow, Niners, huh? Gang, or what is it? Bang? No, gang. No.
Yeah,
something.
Don't do it, Ray.
I won't do it.
Yeah, it's gang.
And so, gangrene.
It's not bang.
Anyway, so as it turns out, and I said, "Are you from San Francisco?" He says, "Yeah." And I said, "That's interesting." He said, "Yeah, I've got a restaurant in San Francisco, Prebuchu."
Oh, that's the guy.
That's the guy,
oh
Sean Napati. Sean Napati, and there's a picture of him.
That guy's royalty.
So
man.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
culinary royalty.
It's not just it's not what is it, one or two or three choice kind of Chamorro restaurant.
Oh,
this is a culinary experience.
It's Michelin close.
Yes, it's Michelin adjacent. This is the good stuff. People go come from all over to try to sample his. Yeah. He's down there chowing on a classic over at
So he
Stats.
met you.
He met me.
Yeah.
Well, and I said, wait a second, that sounds familiar. He says, yeah, you interviewed me a couple years ago. I said, there we go. And we got to talking about all kinds of stuff, Niners and San Francisco, and I said, we got to get a picture before everything is all done. So there's me in my short shorts. Thankfully, they're matching Mayumi, Misty, and Sean from Prebuchu in California, in San Francisco, California. And thanks for a cool guy and an absolute delight to meet up with. Let me see, Alicia Duenas Anderson, Caroline Prude online. Hey, Jane Nauta, good to see you hanging out in the machine. Stephen Liz, have a Joe Dizon, Ali Malakas is in the machine. Ismail Velez says, no frowny face Friday, Warrior dividends. Absolutely. Did you see that? And I was right. It happens all the time, and it happened again yesterday. Somebody on the screen.
Military stimmy.
Yeah, yes, military stimmy, bro. How many militaries do we have here on Guam?
More.
How much is that military stimmy gonna? How far is that gonna get spread around here? It's another big piece of national news that is now a Guam story as well. How much is that $1,776 going to get spent around? How many times is that going to multiply around here with all the the military is the new tourist. Military and military adjacent are the new tourists. If you are not in business, fretting over how to make sure
we salute you
that you got everybody with tattoos and haircuts and their wives and their girlfriends and their kids and the people that are contracting with how to get them in your stores and businesses, then you're doing it wrong. Donna D, question from Jerome McDonald: is she not wearing shoes? Jerome
here
wants
we
to
go.
know. More from Steve and Liz. Stop outsourcing vehicle maintenance for GRTA, GPD, hire mechanics, and provide the equipment to maintain those vehicles to avoid delays, especially at the end of every fiscal year and all the procurement delays. Happens all the time. Ruben Morteris is almost there. Unsen into the Christmas week, he said. More from Steve and Liz. Elizabeth Mendiola Chitu says, Ada Calvo 2026. Let me see. There's more from Steve and Liz. Sir Ease is online. My bro Ben Servino saying, good morning, Ray. Real Joe, Donna, and the Point Familia, and Biba Seahawks. How about that? Everybody calling it for the everybody playing the 12th man, right? The Christine Oliver, Melvin Santos saying good morning to everybody. Ursula Franquez Garrido with Valentine's smiley face and pretty flower likes all over the place. Sweet. Let me see. Is there anybody else? Short list on the machine here on the YouTube side. Sorry, Facebook side. YouTube side. Let me see who's playing around over here. MP Ogo Adult Supervision saying buenas. There's Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King.
Morning, Your Highness.
Hanging out with the bad boys in the back of the bus here on the YouTube feed. Tommy Napati, DB Herrera. That's Dave Herrera says, Biba, Senor Ray. You know, I keep it's right here. I've got the thing, and I haven't really had a chance to spend a lot of time talking about it. It will, I suppose, come up. But the closest thing to a hospital story that we've had is that idiotic letter that has been jammed into all the GPA bills. But I do want to take some time and maybe even using my dramatic voice, Dave, read the letter that you sent to me and other members of the media that said if anybody tries to do anything with Terra's land, there's going to be a lawsuit because there's no point to doing anything with it, considering that it is owned free and clear by the actual government of Guam. So I appreciate you chiming in with your thoughts from time to time. Sean Gumatauta, that's Tattoo Sean, says, good morning from Telefofo, Bad Boy 671, Guam Barbecue, hanging out. Leslie Sinicolas is there. Let me see, I got Ron Castro. I don't know if it's the primary or the backup. Ken Leon Guerrero. You're going to get a lot of Ken today, whether you want it or not. I'm sure we'll get some time on the radio. But he's also written a editorial debunking our need for a casino here to do anything for the hospitality industry. Yeah, it's in today's Guam Daily Post, the one that you got me today. It's right in there.
I bet you he's going to call.
GMH will continue to sink like a rock until the politics are removed from operations, which will never happen. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post, where they're talking about GMHA employee morale affected by long-standing supply shortages.
We need a pizza party.
What exactly? You know what, CV, if you, Jolene, do you know anybody that we can get the keys to Polaris Point? That's a good place to have little parties, right?
Yeah,
employee parties,
team building,
because they got a lot of barbecue
morale,
areas there, and it's off the beaten
welfare.
path. Nobody can see it from the street. Right, you can just do a GMHA. Did it not? Did the morale not go up? Did they not get a morale spike at Guam Memorial Hospital when the announcement was made that they're going to be adding $28,000 parking spaces?
All that parking.
That should have put a smiley face on everybody at Guam Memorial. And here's the other thing: who's bitching? That's what I want to know. All right, I don't want to be one of these hostile work environment guys, but I tell you what, it could be worse. You could be at DOE. You could be at DOE, so just keep it, zip it. www.zipit.com on the World Wide Web. That's what you need to do. You've got
head down, get to work.
You've got a job in the government of Guam. You got a 20% pay raise for doing jack. What are you complaining about? What morale problem could there possibly be? You realize that you've got all this money coming in, and it's at GMH. You don't really have any expectations to get any results done, you got all of the benefits of working in the government of Guam. Tell me about how bad was morale on Black Friday? How bad was the morale on Black Friday when the only people at the hospital were the patients and the candy stripers and the doctors and the nurses? Everybody else enjoyed a day off to go and goof off and gallivant the day after Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, not going to get any sympathy from me. What's that? Stephen Lynn on this side says, together we can make a difference and make Guam a better place. How many days until the general election? 319 days or so between now and the general election. And he also wants them to build the GPD headquarters. Richard Manahan online saying good morning to everybody, etc. So you got something you want to talk about. A bunch of different ways to do it. 888-8255. Meme Machine is online here this morning. And thank you very much to lots and lots of people who sent me pictures of lots and lots of high-ranking members of the Republican Party hanging out over at Crown Plaza last night. Appreciate you dropping a dime. And if you got some other interesting political figures in pictures, by all means, 797-8255 is the Meme Machine number. You can call it in. You can leave it on the Meme Machine. You can leave messages on the Facebook chat or the YouTube chat. I'll be checking on both of them through the course of the morning. In the meantime, got lots and lots in my table of contents, maybe lots and lots in your table of contents. So let's table of contents together on the radio, shall we? In the meantime, 644 dramatic reading coming up ahead. But first, we got to jump into the next look at news and headlines with Donna D. Donna, what am I missing here?
A DOC officer is on leave after their personal gun was stolen from a car parked at the prison. Director Fred Bordalio says the facility was placed on high alert while officers conducted several searches for the weapon. No firearm was found, and GPD has launched a criminal investigation. Anyone with tips should call Crime Stoppers. Meanwhile, Gita is planning a new business incubator at UOG to jumpstart an advanced manufacturing industry. Administrator Tina Garcia says the center will help locals create parts for heavy equipment and aircraft using new technology. The agency recently studied successful business models in Colorado to help move the island's economy beyond tourism and military spending. And the GMH NICU is leading a relief drive for typhoon victims in the Philippines. Staff collected essential items like clothing and hygiene supplies to assist families recovering from the disaster. Forex Cargo is providing free shipping for the donations. Interim CEO Dr. Jolene Uggan and Governor Lulian Guerrero commended the team for their compassion and service to the region. And those are your local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Wait. I got a new picture. Somebody sent me a new picture of the get-together last night. And it features well, no, it's not that good. It shows some of the people that we already know were at the thing. I was kind of hoping I'd have a different vantage because there's some folks with their backs to the camera, and I'm kind of curious as to who they might be. I did get a listing, if you will, of folks that are alleged to have been at the Gizmo last night. One of the people in the picture said, "Did Shelley take the picture?" I don't know that she was there. I don't know that she was in attendance at that thing. Nobody tells me anything. It's me sounding like my mom. Nobody told me anything. You guys just do whatever it is that you want to do. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, attending meeting at Crown. I don't know where this list came from, but at the top of the list, there's Kaleo Moylan, Simone Sanchez, Uncle John and Auntie Carol Martinez, Tammy and Pat Bumba. Pat, you didn't type it in this morning. What's going on? Rod Leon Guerrero, my classmate, Frank's classmate. General Roderick Leon Guerrero, right? From the former tag at the Guard here. Dr. Shade, Dr. Akimoto, Dr. Mike Cruz, Dr. Joe. You're supposed to come back and say Dr. Ray?
Oh, Dr. Ray.
Never mind. Tony Lohan.
Those are Dr. Akimoto's photos, man. I can tell.
Dr. Jim Espeldon. Dr. Joanne Brown, Dr. Peter Leon Guerrero, Francis Santos, Joe John. Oh, Joe John is in Joe John. Rai St. Nicholas. Rai was there. John De La Rosa, Oscar Calvo, Frank Bloss Jr. and his beautiful wife Tilly, Mary and Dave Okada were in attendance as well. They say Dr. Wen was expected to attend, but he is in Vietnam at the time with a note that says, "I'm sure you'll get calls." 6:47 on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll see. Before we get into the break here, I want to say thanks very much. Masarap, user Masarap sent this in this morning. This week's gasoline prices at your exchange. This is Guam now. This is Guam. The Autoport prices, sit down now, $3.09 a gallon for regular. When I passed by the gas stations on the way to work here this morning, they all said the same thing. And I was looking at it feeling, you know what, it almost feels like an insult now. When we look at the Autoport price, $3.09. I'm sorry, that's $3. Is it 9 cents? $3.
So is it 305?
No, it's 301. It would be because the 0.9 thing is messing me up. So
there's no penny rate.
It's 301 for a gallon of gasoline. Mid grade, which they have there, $3.59, and premium is premium. Their premium is still under $4. Our regular gasoline prices. You know, I love my gas companies. I love going in there and hanging out with them and get my Slim Jims and my cigarettes. Oh wait, I quit smoking. Slim Jims and you know, whatever the cheap beer is this week, and you know, just kind of mixing it up with the little people. You know what I mean, Joe? But all of us little people paying $4.78 for a gallon of gasoline, just plain old regular gasoline. And on the auto port is $3 and a penny for gasoline, and probably going to be going down next week as well. So I'm just, you know, I'm to the folks that are running the signs at the gas station where all the prices go up and down. I would like to submit to you that now might be a good time. It's the holidays. It's the holidays. Now might be a good time for you to examine your operations and look for other savings that you might be able to extend to your customers and get our prices a little bit more in line with the expectations of the President of the United States of America, Donald H. Trump. In the meantime, 6:59, what time is it? 6:49 in the morning. I was going to go into the break and do traffic.
There you go.
I can? No.
Yeah.
Was Landon calling in?
He's trying to, but I couldn't hear him, so.
Oh, you did.
He's going to try back
I just want to see what's going on with the weather for the weekend. All right, more Ray Gibson Show on the other side of these.
From small teams to growing companies, the United World Elite Business Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help turn your purchases to rewards your business can use. Plus, enjoy MasterCard benefits designed to give you peace of mind. Apply for the United World Elite Business Credit Card today, and if approved, earn 50,000 bonus miles when you spend $5,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United Business.
Bud Light wants you to watch your favorite NFL team live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of Bud Family or Bud Light Seltzer and look for the QR code inside.
I'm only here for the game.
Scan the QR code for your chance to win one of 2 trips for 2, including airfare, accommodations, and tickets to a regular season NFL game of your choice. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. Must be 21 to enter. Some conditions apply. Visit KernGuam.com for details. Bud Light reminds you to drink responsibly.
This season, KFC turns up the flavor with the all-new KFC Hot Honey Wings. Crispy, juicy KFC wings drizzled in that perfect mix of sweet honey and just the right spicy kick. One bite, and you're hooked. Crave bold flavor the KFC way. Order now on KFCGuam.com or visit your nearest KFC on Guam. KFC Hot Honey Wings. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Let me see those fingers just so I can make sure. 6:51 and change. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by. I got my filling in. I'm not used to it. Did you ever go and you got a filling to get replaced, or you got a hole in your teeth, and it's, you know, go, oh, I got to get that taken care of. But then the other part is actually it gives me something for my tongue to play with, and it's not there anymore. My little tongue toy doesn't have the little tooth gap to play with anymore, and it's kind of messing up. It's putting some speech ups in my mix. Anyway, 9 away from the top of the hour, and what was I going to tell you about?
Brought to you by
the guys over at Kim and Ron and the good-looking people. I mean, beauties at Security Title. Let me see. I asked my bro Renee from the Micronesia Mall to send me their holiday hours, and until the 23rd, your last-minute shopping hours at the Micronesia Mall are 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. It's shopping and eating, by the way, and lots of shows and things that you can do. On December 24th, that would be Christmas Eve, the shopping hours will be from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m., and they're closing at 8 p.m., so everybody can go home and wrap their presents and midnight mass. They're going to be closed on Christmas Day, and for all of your returns, they will open up the Micronesia Mall so you can bring back or exchange the gifts that you got starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. All right, on December the 26th. New Year's hours, let me see, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the 31st, and 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. on New Year's Day. They are going to be open. 6:52. Thanks, Ren. Appreciate that. Quick look at what's going on the roadways right now before we take a look at what's going on in the weathers. Nothing. There is nothing. I don't see. There's something over by Potts Junction. That's way the hell up north, and that's all I'm looking at right now. Baby traffic at Anderson's intersection. Baby traffic through most of the Dedido area. You're going to run into a little bit slower than normal traffic getting up to the intersection of 1 and Ben Blas driveway. South of that, things are looking pretty good. Nothing worth talking about on Route 16. Nothing worth talking about Route 4, Route 8, Route 10. Everything is running clear. Downtown Agania all the way to Big Navy in Sumai is we don't have anything hardly to talk about. Maybe a little bit of traffic at the drive-through at Infusion where people are asking about those gift cards. You know, there's $100. Did you get? Oh, you got some. Good for you. I was going to give you one, so I don't need to give you one now. Oh, those are gifts to. Okay, so you do still need the one from me. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. It's 6:53 on the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
Landon.
Are you sure?
One.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, built for torque.
One. Yeah.
Not for speed. Okay, I'll see.
Yeah.
I might see the one that's built for speed tomorrow. Running
husky boy.
Running notes here. Tomorrow is the 95th running of the alley-oop.
That one, man.
The alley-oop. It is a race.
The out and back.
No, it's not. It's not an out and back.
Oh, you got to get in the car, right?
It's a shuttle. We're going to rally up. Showtime is at 5 in the morning in Agate at Nimitz Beach, right? And then somebody is going to shuttle us down to the mayor's office in Umatic. And just off the lagoon there. And then we run from Umatic all the way back to the car at Nimitz, about 6 miles, 3 of which are uphill. It's ugly uphill.
Oh.
It's the question why you got into running hill. It's exactly that kind of thing. But before you know it, you'll be topping it up over at Seti Bay, and it's a straight shot downhill back to your car at Nimitz Beach. 6:54 in the morning. What kind of weather are we going to have today and tomorrow for that big race there, Landon?
Yeah, you said it starts at 5 a.m. tomorrow?
Showtime 5, go time 6.
It's such a shame because I think my alarm is going to be set for 5:01, so I probably will not make that.
Hey, we'll keep a lookout though for somebody that looks a lot like you.
Yeah, he'll probably be over there, but the weather should be fine and fair for showtime and race time tomorrow. But I think the big theme right now is going to be the season of surf and the water hazards coming into the weekend. And so we have Christmas coming right up around the corner, and I want to stress how important it is to be aware of the water conditions through the weekend. We have some stronger winds coming in through the region from up north, part of a shear line and a high-pressure system well to our north. That's going to crank up the winds Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday. And the season surf will be cranking. And I want to make sure that everyone gets that word, that information, so that we can get to the holidays safely and that there's no lives lost or injured, and that we can get through the holidays safely as one complete island, healthy and fair through the week.
How can you see that? I'm looking at the satellite imagery, and I see Guam and the Mariana Islands. Some little passing clouds up there, but I don't see anything that indicates that we're going to get a whole heck of a lot of wind. Where do you guys get that data from?
Yeah, that's all from the computer models, the forecast numerical models. And so we have that cold frontal boundary up to our north, the shear line. And so we've seen the shear lines come through from time to time the last couple of weeks. That's typical for the time of the year, but we have a strong high pressure system coming off of Japan's east coast. That's going to be zipping off well to our north. But that pressure difference with the high pressure to the north and the lower pressure in the tropics, where that pressure gradient tightens up, where you have a big difference in pressure, you get some stronger winds. We're going to see that right up across the northern Sinai Islands. It's going to drop down into Saipan, Tinian, and toward Guam this weekend. But the strongest stuff is going to be well off to our north and northeast. But all those winds will be generating large swell, trade wind swell, north swell, and that's going to reach our shores with hazardous surf and very strong rip currents Saturday night into Sunday and Sunday night. Yeah, and the only other thing that we need to worry about is anybody that looks like they're moving towards Yap and Palau might be some interesting weather through there, right? Correct. There's a little bit of stuff, surface troughs moving through Micronesia, a burst of showers and thunderstorms near Koshway and Pohnpei. That is all westbound. That's going to stay well to our deep south, bringing the rainfall to many of the islands across Micronesia and Palau, which will keep the drought concerns very minimal, at least for the next couple months. That's good news for them as far as drought concerns. But yeah, the next several days look fine and fair. And once we get past Monday and Tuesday, it looks like the winds will start easing up across Guam and the Sinai. And we can have a lighter wind pattern come Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Christmas Day. This is Geminids, the meteor showers, and what I'm hearing from people that keep an eye on the sky is that it's not just going to be shooting stars. It might actually see some things that may resemble even fireballs, depending on where you are. And all of this is going to be visual. So you take a look at the satellite imagery that we've got for you here. This is going to be some great meteor shower watching weather from now clear into Sunday once the
Geminids start making their closest approach to the planet. This is going to be make for great viewing, and that's why I'm trying to get everybody down to Agate as early as 5 o'clock on tomorrow morning, because there's not a whole lot of light pollution down there, so you should be able to see a whole lot. I mean, it's multiples in a minute. I clocked one year. I think it was like 12 or 13 over the course of a minute.
And that's phenomenal. You get those larger chunks that, like you said, looks like a fireball. And so I think the best time is going to be viewing between midnight and 5 a.m. I think the optimal is like 2 to 3 a.m. So if you're alive and awake at that time, go check it out, especially in the dark nighttime hours away from the city lights. But, yeah, meteor showers are always exciting and fun to see. Some other stuff coming up into the weekend. We do have the Guam Territorial Band. They are performing at the Micronesia Mall tonight at 6 p.m. and at the Village Donkey tomorrow at 6:30.
Right on.
And Be Heartfelt, they're doing a late season rally for holiday toy donation drive. If you have any toys and want to give or donate to the kids in need, they are collecting toys at PD Mayor's office, Famous Footwear, Guam Girl Scouts. They're above and beyond in supporting Be Heartfelt and children on Guam. Kmart, Koshalef, and MacTech. So they are looking for toys now through December 22nd. So if you have anything to spare, drop off some toys between now, the weekend, and the 22nd. The kids will very much appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, I wish I had more time. We'll, maybe next time in the next couple of days we'll talk about crazy weather that they're seeing in the upper northwest. Rain, multiple spots of heavy rains and flooding in that area. Landon Idle, I'll talk to you soon. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon. Merry Christmas.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. KUSG Agana, 93.3. This is The Point. Standing by for Fox News. Donna D with news and headlines on the other side of that. And again, a big national story that's going to be a local story. People are going to be talking about the rescheduling of cannabis in the United States of America.
Perspective on pot. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump moving to ease federal restrictions on marijuana for medical research.
President Trump says his executive order won't legalize or decriminalize marijuana for recreational purposes, but reclassifying cannabis as a Schedule III substance will relax regulations that restricted medical research.
The facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when carefully administered in some cases.
The president says he fielded many phone calls from friends pushing for the reclassification. As a Schedule III substance, cannabis would be treated much like ketamine and anabolic steroids.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. The DEA was already reviewing reclassification. It's not clear how long the process could take. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. proposing rules that would limit access to transgender treatment for minors.
So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice.
Under the new rules, Medicaid and children's health programs would not cover gender-affirming care, and hospitals offering those treatments to minors would be barred from Medicare and Medicaid programs. A North Carolina congressman just confirming that a NASCAR champion has died in today's fiery plane crash at a regional airport north of Charlotte. The business jet that went down while trying to land was owned by a company run by retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. Congressman Richard Hudson says Biffle and his family were on the plane. Sheriff's officials only reporting multiple fatalities. Better than expected news on inflation. Consumer prices up 2.7% year over year in November, and stocks rise. The Dow up 65 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL Air Purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam. Turn to the experts this Christmas.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
A Boston area man is sentenced for murdering his wife, whose body was never found.
Brian Walsh has been given life in prison without parole following his conviction on Monday of the first-degree murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. Judge Diane Frenier listened to victims' statements before the sentence was read.
Mr. Walsh, you will live with the guilt and burden of Anna Walsh's death for the rest of your life.
Walsh pleaded guilty in November to misleading police and illegally disposing of a body after admitting he had dismembered Anna's body and left it in a dumpster. She was last seen on New Year's Day 2023. During the trial, prosecutors told jurors of digital evidence from devices connected to Brian Walsh, including searches of, quote, best ways to dispose of a body. The couple's 3 young children are in state custody. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The defense claimed Walsh found his wife dead and panicked. Tennessee's governor has just pardoned country star Jelly Roll for his criminal past in the state, acknowledging the Nashville native's long road back from drugs and prison. The singer-songwriter's convictions include robbery and drug felonies. He has said a pardon would make it easier to travel internationally, in part for Christian missionary work. Police in Canada reporting several Santas stealing at a Montreal grocery store with masked elves.
According to local reports, the 3 Santa impersonators, joined by some 40 elves, could be seen filling bags full of groceries, leaving without paying. The activist group, calling itself Woman de Ruel, inspired by Robin Hood, says it's behind the heist. Reports say several $1,000s worth of food were taken. The group saying it placed some of that food the next night in a Montreal square under a Christmas tree, along with a note blasting ballooning profit margins of chain groceries and other stores.
Fox's Lillian Wu. The group says the remaining food will be distributed at a food drive. There have been no arrests. Again, stocks finish higher, but off an earlier rally. The NASDAQ up 313. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girls, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net. In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The Clearance Team.
The Clearance Team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam Clearance Team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
The holidays have arrived. More of us are out and about, creating even busier roads and longer traffic lines to get our shopping done. This is a friendly reminder to all motorists to be mindful and courteous on our island roads. You're partying? Have fun, but be sure to have a designated driver. No matter how busy or how much fun you're having, remember to drive safe. Someone loves you. This message is brought to you by Proline Automotive.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A 35-year-old man faces drug charges after a traffic stop on Route 28. Police pulled over John Remley Alhambra on Tuesday because his car registration had been expired for over 3 years. He also admitted he did not have a valid driver's license. When he opened his bag to show officers his passport, police spotted a glass pipe. The search revealed a second pipe and a small bag of meth. He reportedly claimed ownership of the bag and the items inside. He is now charged with possession. Meanwhile, a federal judge has delayed the sentencing for several defendants in the Hoffaday Bingo money laundering case. Chief Judge Francis Tydinko Gatewood put the hearings on hold Wednesday after defense lawyers raised First Amendment concerns. Attorney William Gavaris argued that the fundraising activities are protected speech and that high costs alone do not prove fraud. The delay affects Christine Chan and several co-conspirators, including Alfred Leon Guerrero and Minda San Nicolas. The court is now reviewing whether certain conduct should even count toward their sentences. New hearings are expected to be scheduled for January. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection is proposing major changes to the travel application process for visitors from countries like Japan and South Korea. Under the new rules, travelers using the visa waiver program would have to provide their social media handles from the last 5 years. The agency also wants to collect 10 years of email addresses and detailed information on family members. Senator Jesse Lujan says he is reviewing the plan to see how it might hurt visitor confidence in Guam. The public has until February 9 to submit comments to the federal government regarding these new security requirements. And B. Heartfelt is urgently asking for toy donations to ensure children in need receive gifts this Christmas. The nonprofit supports students across Guam's public schools who are experiencing homelessness. CEO Lori Marsh Marble says roughly 10 to 15 students at every school need help. The community can drop off small, non-battery toys at the PD Mayor's office, Famous Footwear, Guam Girl Scouts, Kmart, and Cost You Less. The deadline to donate is December 22. Suggested items include dolls, board games, and weatherproof toys. School social workers will deliver the gifts directly to families in need. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I don't know. It's either it's me or you. I don't know. It started.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It just if you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.GUKUAM TV. I'm not Donna De Jesus. There's a glitch in the system. You know what it is? It's Tony Addis snuck in.
Yeah.
Tony Addis snuck in this morning and said they didn't invite me to the thing last night at Crown. So I'm going to. There will be meddling.
Was that like a personal announcement?
What's that?
Personal, like
I don't know.
Announcement.
I don't know. Okay, so here's this is what I suspect. Okay, this is Ray Gibson's crazy yet possible speculation. And it is here's what I'm thinking. There's like you're in a WhatsApp group. It's like you and all your friends. It's like the GOP Super Friends, right? And you're in the group and you're like, oh, look at me. I'm in the GOP Super Friends chat group. This is so awesome. But what you don't know is there's another GOP Super Friends chat group.
Oh, the side chat.
That you're not in.
Yeah, you're not in the side chat,
You're not in. You can feel good because you're in the GOP side group. Everybody's in the GOP side group, Super Friends group. But there's the real GOP Super Friends, Super Friends group. Right? And sorry, Ton, you're not in it. That's
okay.
what
It's a possibility.
Yeah. Oh wow. You know what? I thought we sent you in the chat. Oh, sorry. Must have gone to the wrong. Let me just check where I sent. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
Mistakes.
Simon Sanchez says that wasn't me. I wasn't there. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
It's AI.
That guy's forearms are way too small to be Uncle Si.
Crazy what's going on in the world. Crazy what you can do with AI. And Kaleo wasn't there either. See that circle there? AI did that. That's what's going on. So I'm wondering what's that? And that's Kaleo Moylan.
Okay. Is that Ray Tenorio
in the circle? What's that?
Is that Ray Tenorio?
That's Ray Tenorio. Yeah.
Outside the window looking.
Yes, outside the window looking.
I'm just kidding, Ray.
It's Marcel. 7:12, Ray Gibson Show. Where am I supposed to go here? Portions of the thing? No, is the weather. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. We already did weather with Landon. He says it's going to be nice all weekend long. Mostly sunny today, partly cloudy tonight. Mostly sunny on Saturday with isolated showers. Mostly cloudy Saturday night. Mostly sunny Sunday during the day, and Sunday night's going to be partly cloudy. The big concern is not so much rain and clouds and all of that stuff, as much as it's going to be wind and what the wind is going to be doing to the seas and surf. So be very, very careful out there. Watch out for high surf advisories, rip currents warning, heavy seas wherever it is that you're going to be going. And you know what? It's the holidays, and we want everybody to be here. Everybody that's listening right now, we want you here after the holidays, first of the new year, second day of the year, all of New Year's, all of 2026, because we got elections to take care of. So we want you here. So be very, very careful driving around. Don't get sick, because the hospital they'll take care of you, but they'll be sad doing it.
Because of low morale.
Low morale at the hospital. You'll be okay. I'm not sure about me, but you'll be okay. Sunset tonight, 5:58. It's true. 7:13 of the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Tur Hampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
I got it. 714 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. What's they all about? They're all about getting you in a new car. It'll be a new 2025 car. That's where the big deal is. That's where the big sale is. And the sale ends on December the 31st. Can't have a year-end sale after the year actually ends. So they're going to come up with something new to help alleviate the 2025 inventory. But then watch out how they're going to introduce the 2026s. That's all ahead. You'll find out more details at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. That's where we want you to go to get yourself pre-qualified, find out how much of 2025 Nissan you can get, and then get prepared for yet even more discounts, more savings, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting on you at NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Hi, I'm Donna.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:15. Yeah, so weirdness going on with the feed here this morning. If you were watching on Facebook, the feed dropped. I didn't touch anything. It just dropped.
We're all Donna
Zuckerman or something like that. And now I can't get rid of the thing that says Donna De Jesus and the RSS feed underneath with the news from wherever it is that we get it from. I'll worry. It's going to be like this all morning long, because I can't fix it and talk on the radio at the same time. And a fix probably would require me to restart the entire system. And you know what? I'm not that passionate about it. It can say Donna De Jesus. You know, she doesn't get enough love here at she doesn't enough love, accolades.
Today is your day, Donna.
For the incredible job that she does. Tomorrow it'll be, Monday it'll be Real Joe. His name will get stuck on something. 7:16 in the morning, 888-8255. Elizabeth Mendiola, Kitsutu online. There's Sarita Garin wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. Francis Duffy, Mary Jane Villagomez found their way back to the Facebook feed. Thank you very much. YouTube side, do we have anybody new hanging out on the YouTube side? Any interesting commentary about some of the things that we're going over here this morning? Everyone knows who really wins in the gambling halls. The house wins. We gripe all the time. Any Guam mismanagement? Who do you think is going to own the house if we gamble? There it is. Some interesting thoughts led up from a conversation that Ken LG is having with himself on the in the newspaper. He's got an article going on. Yeah, it's editorial or something like that about gambling. Are you Kaduku 671 Guam is so funny. People here love to revisit old broken ideas all the time, like they've got dementia and love hiding their own eggs. A casino is just another trap that benefits the wealthiest only. Actually, you know what? If you go back over the history of the conversation about gambling here on Guam, it's been some of the wealthiest that have not wanted it because it would take money out of the hands of their customers and go into the casino and relieve them of some of their profits. So there were a lot of big families that kind of got in front of this in the past. 717 on the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
It's the other governor.
Oh, the other guy, Ken Guerrero.
Yes, he's for gambling.
I know. No, he's not.
Oh,
He's,
yeah, no.
I think the bottom line
He's
on the
against
editorial
it.
is if you want casino gambling on Guam, you're dumb. You're dumb. I'll look it up, the real thing. He can give me the quote from the last phrase. Good morning, Ken. The other governor, Leon Guerrero. Ken, LG, how you doing there, buddy?
I'm doing fine, and that is not the last statement on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was paraphrasing.
Oh, okay.
If the island is suffering from the drug addiction costs combined with the local failure of the local economy to benefit from game rooms, common sense declares loudly the existing economy can't afford legalized gambling.
There we go, right there.
All right, that's the
we can't even
punchline.
regulate the game rooms. We haven't benefited from any revenue collected from the game rooms. Otherwise, Guam Memorial wouldn't be sending people to the pharmacy to fill prescriptions for the emergency room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, doctors wouldn't be buying supplies out of their own pocket. The senators wouldn't be passing bill after bill after bill, floating bonds to pay expenses. That's one of the most ridiculous things right there. Because when they float a bond,
that was a shaky platform to begin with. It was one of those late legislatures trying to deal with the problem. Dennis Rodriguez had this idea that we would tie revenues on a limited time game room deal until the bills were paid over at at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and then they forgot the Scrivener's error. They forgot an attachment that showed what was owed and who was owed, and it was supposed to be until these debts go away, then we can have these game rooms and gambling. And then what happened was they didn't include the listing of who was owed what by whom, and then it became permanent. Personally, I think it was some kind of a wicked plan that was in place already, but they made it look like it was just a terrible mistake, and one of these days we'll get around to fixing it, and they never did.
yeah, absolutely.
That was the shaky ground.
Oh, my God, we forgot to make an attachment, so we're going to have gambling rooms forever, and there's nothing we can do about it. God forbid we pass another law that has another attachment, but they won't do that, like they won't correct the problems with decolonization. Whole different conversation, not the one I wanted to call in on.
Yeah, what's on your mind today?
Well, I just want to reinforce the whole part about, every problem we see at Guam Memorial Hospital has been in existence ever since there was a Guam Memorial Hospital and will continue to be in existence. I mean, I haven't had any conversations with Eichen, and I'm never going to. That's just the way the mouth flops, as my mother used to say. And what we're seeing right now is the hospital is circling the drain, and in spite of $150 million a year cash flow, they can't seem to get their ducks in a line. So they collect $150 million, and we have to give them $30 million. Then a couple months later, we have to give them $20 million, and now they're petitioning to get more money. At some point in time, that's going to crash, and it's going to crash hard. And whether we like it or not, and I prefer sooner than later, we get a federal receiver in there and take the politics out of managing the hospital, like we took the politics out of managing the solid waste system, like we took the politics out of the correction system, and like we took the politics out of behavioral health and wellness center.
Has that ever happened? Has there ever been a receivership over a federal receivership over anybody's hospital, anybody's mismanaged hospital? I think the most glaring example of that in the U.S. mainland that I recall is the old Martin Luther King Hospital in Los Angeles, where it was in a terrible shape, and they just let it continue to be in a terrible shape.
I haven't researched that part of it because, by and large, most hospitals have competent professional management. And I'll use an example, the hospital I was just in recently in Reno, Nevada. Here we have a hospital in a population of 300,000 people, but it serves an area of 700,000 people. It has 1,000 beds in all their related facilities, and it's extremely well run. I mean, when I was in the trauma ward, every day I saw the helicopters coming over the mountains. It was almost like MASH, you know. These were the traumas from crashes and other serious accidents. But, you know, the whole time I'm laying there in bed, I'm looking out and seeing the helicopters coming over the Sierra Mountains. It was kind of cool. But we keep trying to do too much with our hospital. We have a strong private healthcare system in our island. What we don't have is a strong public healthcare system that works in partnership with the private healthcare system. We asked all these doctors, come to Guam, build a clinic, and they do. And as soon as they get the infrastructure put in place to support Guam Memorial Hospital, the governor gets his hair, and I caught myself, wild hair up her donkey, and wants to build a hospital where no infrastructure is there to support it and won't be for 20 years. And in the meantime, Guam Memorial continues to deteriorate. I mean, spending $1 million on 8 parking spots, when you look at, why not spend $1 million and refurbish all the elevators in the hospital?
Fire 38 people. I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy, but, you know, if we don't have enough room in the parking lot, find 38 people that we can get rid of because we don't need to spend $30,000 for each parking space. It doesn't make any damn sense at all. And we didn't need to go out to bid on this. They probably could have called a couple of guys over at DPW, shaved that thing down to foundation, and put some fresh asphalt on it, and it would be done. Finished. We're over. But no, we got ribbon cutting and groundbreaking. There's going to be a ribbon cutting for this. There's going to be, Josh is going to go down there, Acting Governor Josh. It'll always be Acting Governor Josh is going to go down there, and they're going to do a ribbon cutting to make a big deal about it. As you're right, $1 million worth of parking stalls that we're putting in there to raise the morale of the employees of Guam Memorial Hospital.
It goes back to the fact that this administration cares more about supporting their supporters than supporting the people. Because when they did $3.5–4 million out of the revenue stream for the hospital to a company that was not licensed to do business, and yet you don't see Doug Moylan jumping up and down on that one. I took all my documentation to him. He wouldn't even call me back. I had to take it to the FBI.
He's got other hospital fish to fry here, if you will. 7:25 in the morning. Again, I appreciate the telephone call on this. So here's the deal. This is going to be another one of these political herrings that are going to get tossed around between now and the gubernatorial election. What you're talking about is just the first part of it, and we've got, and I think, I think it's interesting some of the things that Jolene is doing over at Guam Memorial Hospital. But front page story about how employee morale is affected by their longstanding supply shortages is a joke, if you ask me. I mean, I don't know why would morale be down there? You know, everybody got, like I said, a 20% pay raise for basically doing the same work. They pulled the golden ticket. You have a job in a government of Guam department and agency. I don't know what you're complaining about. I don't hear anybody complaining about low morale with the Black Friday holiday that they got off. Did you hear that? Did you hear any of that? No. They're probably gonna have this.
$2 million.
They're probably gonna have next Friday off too, and the Friday after that on New Year's, the day after New Year's. So I don't know why anybody has any grounds to complain. Talk to folks in the private. You want to talk about people might have morale issues? Is the number of people down in Tumon that don't know if their business is going to still be open next week, that they're going to have a job next week? I don't know. 7:26. I'm going to let you run. I'll see you soon. Okay. Have a groovy weekend. Appreciate it. Let me see. I wanted to get this out here because I think it's important. Our partners over at KUAM TV have also got radio, and they've also got streaming radio. And they have what's the story here? Is a press release they came out with, KUAM.com, perpetuating beloved Chamorro Christmas traditions and the spirit of the holiday to listeners worldwide. And this is especially for folks that are living off island that are craving Chamorro Christmas tunes. The special holiday holiday programming exclusively features cherished Chamorro and locally produced Christmas carols 24 hours a day through January the 1st. The streaming station on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app will also stream the traditional novena to the Christ Child, 5:45 p.m. For 9 nights beginning the 17th. So this is ongoing. Seasonal lineup presented by the Valley of the Lati and Guam Bus is dedicated to preserving and sharing our beautiful holiday traditions that we hold so dear. So gather around, sing along, and let Isla come into your homes this Christmas season. Biba, they say over in the thing. So if you got the craving for Chamorro Christmas tunes, and I don't know who the Tetsa is for the novena. Joe, is that you? You going to be helping out?
I know.
Over
I'm busy.
at the,
I couldn't do it. Yeah.
Remember the novenas when we were kids, we went next door. You know where what's that little where do we like to get our donuts from? Mainstream in Agana.
Oh, Main Street.
That used to be my auntie's
yeah.
place. I used to have a couple of aunties in there, and they always stayed in the bed. I don't think I ever saw them when they weren't in bed. They were already old when
playing cards.
Yeah, always playing cards. So we'd go visit them. But when it got to be the holidays, that was central for Martinez's and Torres's. And Benito's, and we were just
nice.
yeah. It was all that. It was all of the kids were sent down there because it was novena time over at the place.
Ooh,
now,
I can smell the banyelas.
yes, you can. The old people got to sit in the chairs,
Yes.
and the younger ones were supposed to be praying fervently in front of the Belen that we had in front of us. And they
everybody
had
hand-me-downs.
So if you can go to Main Street now. You can go to Main Street now. And look at the floor. And imagine how hard that floor was on little kid knees. And if you were smart, you were one of the kids that got a pillow for your knees earlier. I was never smart. I was always outside playing until the very, very last minute. And when I came in, the only thing I had to kneel on was my own knees. Those are the memories of my novenas when I was growing up as a kid. Is it any wonder I am the way I am now? 7:29 on the Ray Gibson Show. We got all kinds of other stuff to talk about here this morning. I'm still looking to see if I can get some details on the Republican get-together last night. I know the sign says Donna D, but it's not really me. But interesting in the number of people that were there, the people that were in attendance at the Gizmo last night. That's kind of interesting to see who was there sitting next to each other. I see Tilly, and then there's my classmate Frank Blas Jr., and then there's Mary Okada sitting right next to him. And it looks like perhaps this is all the confirmation that we need moving into New Year's here, that's going to be another of the teams facing the Republican Party. I noted in somebody's social, I think it might have been Candid, where they're talking about it's all but official that it's going to be Josh and Tina. The very special announcement is going to be made this afternoon. Are you going to be lurking there?
We're going.
You're going?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to find an
the
excuse
family.
to go to the place?
If you see a guy in a hijab standing in the corner, that's me.
That's real Joe?
Yeah.
That's real
you
Joe?
You can see my eyes.
It's like that scene, like the scene in the scene in Robin Hood, where he's about to be led to the gallows, and all the Christian Slater standing there, but nobody can really tell it's Christian Slater. And then he opens up the little hoodie, and then he takes out the bow and arrow. Yeah. That's what it's going to be like today. It's a real Joe in a hoodie. He's kind of watching the experience from afar. So we that's what it's going to be. And then there's Joe S. and Santa Claus and Therese Terlai, and like I said, I saw it in the socials, and they're saying it like it's real.
And question mark?
The presumptive lieutenant governor is Chris Barnett.
Oh, wow.
That's what it says. The presumptive lieutenant governor is Chris Barnett.
I saw it coming.
I wonder if that was part of the conversation that they were having over at the Crown last night.
Oh, my God.
But again, notable by who was there.
This
also
is wild.
Notable by who wasn't there and whether or not they were even told that was going on. 7:30. Maybe they were busy. Yeah. There's a big funeral coming up, and they couldn't break away. Tony and Annette couldn't break away. I don't know. But it's look. That's what this show is about: is smart-ass comments and political gossip. And there's nothing but political gossip going on over the last 72 hours. Things have been moving. It was Thursday last week that I saw Therese Terlai, and she was asking me for her support. And I thought, well, yeah, I'm gonna vote for you for senator. Sure, I love you there. As a former speaker of the legislature, and she didn't let on that I might have misinterpreted that request for my support and her family's and my family's support. And then later on, I find out from a couple of other girls that she was a little bit more declared declarative with that, no, it's not senator, it's governor. She's decided that she's going to put her hat in the ring for governor. Okay, but I have not confirmed that. Others have, apparently, though. 7:31, Donna D with news and headlines. Might as well get into some of that right about now. Being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty. That would be Hoffaday Realty, Loli, Auntie Libby, and Joe D. and Saran. If you've got questions about what's going on in the real estate market, what they think 2026 is going to be like for real estate, go by all means, give them a call, and they'll be happy to talk to you about it. 588, let me see. It's one of those phone numbers. I don't need to remember it anymore because I wrote it down. 588-4232. It's also being brought to you by Burger King. And treat yourself to one of those incredible Whoppers and all kinds of goodies that they've got in the drive-thru over at BK today. And if you want to treat somebody else, they have books of gift certificates that you can buy. Make the gift giving easy. $20 books available right now at Burger King at 732, 733. What's going on in the news there, Donna?
Governor Lulian Guerrero signed a $19 million funding bill for GMH repairs, but vetoed a second $8.1 million measure. The governor says the vetoed bill was based on a misunderstanding of the budget process. While the first bill covers Z-Wing demolition, the governor says the second bill lacked a legal funding source and could not be approved. Meanwhile, the Public Health Processing Center in Hagåtña will close for staff training today. The office will be shut from noon to 2 to help residents. The center will open early at 7:30 and close at 4:30. Normal hours will resume next week. For more information, call 922-2533. And 198 students will receive their degrees from UOG this Sunday. The commencement ceremony begins at 2 o'clock at the field house. Photojournalist Manny Chrysostoma was the keynote speaker, and lawyer Julian Uggan will receive an honorary degree. The university will live stream the entire event on social media for the public. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
So don't have to go and have mom go first with her big-ass purse, and then you take out one of each of everything in the purse and reserve the spots. You don't need to do that. It's going to be live streamed, and maybe it'll be on some place where you can get the part where you go up and get your diploma and send that to family and friends in state. 7:33, 7:34 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We got more of this kind of conversation. Yes, political gossip and smart-ass comments on the way.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Super American Circus Christmas Special roars into PIC through December 30th. Daring motorcycle stunts, jaw-dropping acrobatics, hilarious clowns, face painting, photos with Santa, and tons of circus holiday magic. Get your $99 family pass. Includes up to 2 adults and up to 3 kids. Grab your free coupon at any Burger King location. No purchase necessary. Promotional family pass ends on December 30th, 2025. Get your free BK crowns every weekend at the Super American Circus. Available for a limited time at BK. You rule.
What, am I supposed to do something? Is it time for me to make a big deal about Beyond the Box? First floor of the Micronesia Mall, absolutely. Listen, you take a look at the technology that you're using right now. There is newer technology that is out there, faster processors, bigger screens, that kind of thing. You know what? Maybe this is the year. Before you treat everybody else, then treat yourself to some goodies and improve your digital life at Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall. They open at 10, FYI, 7:35 in the morning. On screen right now, I got images of sunrise. Oh, look at that. That's a bright one over at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Eastern side of the island, deep Antelefofo. Swing by there. It's always, Friday's always a great day to go get in there. I don't know what the special is going to be. I'm pretty sure they got savings in the little store that they've got in front, and I'm sure they've got the coldest beer within 5 miles and the hottest burgers within 5 miles. Also, some of the hottest servers in a 5-mile radius. Check that out at Jeff's over at Pirates Cove. 7:36 in the morning. Let me get some traffic up on the map and see what's happening. Earlier, when we looked at it, there wasn't nothing happening in traffic, and at 7:36. Maybe still just as light. Hardly anything moving into Dededo from the north end of town. Nothing major over at Anderson Air Force Base main gate. But once you get past all of that, it's looking like it wants to build up at Ipaupau, moving into Isangsong, but nothing major right now. Maybe in another 10 minutes or so. So zoom through those intersections as fast as you possibly can. Tiny bit of traffic on Route 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. It'll meet up with some southbound traffic just in front of that and just in front of the Micronesia Mall. They open at 10 o'clock this morning, just FYI, going until 10 10 o'clock at night for your Friday before Christmas shopping needs. Route 16 all the way to 810 and 16. Looking pretty good. You will run into a little bit of traffic on the southbound just as you're passing Super Happy Mart there and trying to get into that one good intersection that takes you into Teeds. And if you're one of the 18 million people that are running for governor of Guam, can you do me a favor? Can you promise, one of your empty promises be to punch in one or two other ways to get on to Teeds so that people don't get stuck at that intersection in morning drive and at lunchtime and in the afternoon drive. Thanks very much. Just needed to get that off my chest. Southbound Marine Corps Drive from the Micronesia Mall into Upper Tumon, Harmon area, Tamuning area. Looking pretty good. Just intersection traffic at the usual spots. If you're on Route 8, tiny bit of dogging out traffic just before you get by the car store. Once you pass Payless. And likewise, a little bit of traffic on Route 4. Not very heavy this morning, just a little bit of traffic in the Ordot and Sinahanya area, down that Chawut Street that you've got there. And then Big Navy from south, from Magana down to Big Navy, just a little bit of traffic just before you get to the cemetery down in Petey, and a little bit of traffic just before you get to the main gate at Naval Base Guam. Studio time, 7:38. Be right back.
They sold out due to popular demand, and now the Wendy's chicken tenders are back. We're talking that crispy, seasoned breading on the outside, that juicy, all-white meat chicken on the inside. The premium tenders you couldn't stop craving are officially back in action. And you know you've got to dunk them. Try the new signature and scorching hot dip cups. Now nearly double the size for maximum dunkability. The tenders you missed are back to crunch harder, dip bigger, and make your day way happier. Catch them while you can. Gotta be Wendy's. Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
20 away from the top of the hour. It's an interesting question that Real Joe asked. Is just how many Marleys are there? Is there really? What's the current population of Marleys on the planet? And do they all travel? Are they all touring, doing their songs? And of course, you know, Dad and Grandpa's songs. We get the great grandchildren of Bob Marley are going to be on tour in another generation. Just wait. In 20 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning. And portions of the broadcast made possible by the guys over at Subway. You got to eat fresh. You got to eat healthy. And they found a way to make their meals even healthier. They've got the Fit Fresh sandwiches that are out there. And there's a 6-inch that you can get right now that is only got 500 calories, but absolutely loaded. It's like your daily need of protein can be found in this sandwich. And it still tastes great. Still tastes great. There's fantastic flavors that you can find over at Subway. Help you make yourself healthier for the holidays.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
What's that, Jeff? What? Jeff from Pirates Cove on Facebook says, bingo has become corrupted. The sleazy game rules are terrible. And when tourists walk in there, they're scared over at these bingo game rooms. Interesting. Maybe somebody that works in a newsroom around here can do one of those investigative stories. You know, we go in there undercover and see if there's any sleazy bingo stuff going on. And I'm just kind of curious, how can you corrupt a bingo game?
Oh, wow.
I
There's
know
so many ways,
a
Ray.
thing or two about bingo. No, I'm serious. I used to do a bingo show on television and designed a second television bingo show. And there's not much that you can do. I mean, it's totally random the way the balls come out. You got all of the bingo balls. They go in a little thing, a little hopper, and then you turn on a fan, and it blows and blows and blows and blows, and somebody reaches. Usually it's a pretty girl, but somebody reaches in and pulls out the bingo ball, reads the number to you, and shows it to you. And then it goes onto a spot on the bingo board, and it lights up. And when you put the ball on the bingo board, it lights up a bulb
B32
on the thing. Yeah. And so I don't know if there's a way that we might be able to corrupt that. And now in 2020, actually years ago, even before now, they had the technology. So when you call a number, somebody types it into a computer, and in the middle of every bingo card, or what should be in the middle of every bingo card, is a number. They're all serial numbered, and they're all identifiable. They're all identified, and they're unique. And so you've got a number, and there might be 1,000 numbers in this hand. And as you call the balls, the number of eligible cards, if you will, goes down until it might be 4 or 5. So when somebody yells bingo, never mind what they put, never mind how they've dabbed their card, you take that number, you run up on the computer, and the computer will tell you whether that card is a winning card or not based on the numbers that are called. So I'm not sure about corruption there. 742, oh my God, the lines are full. Who's on?
John Savaris.
We got to talk with him. What line's he on?
Line 1.
Line 1. Okay, John
and
Savaris.
Endo, line 2.
Okay, groovy. He can tell me about more corrupt bingo.
So.
All right, Kaz, hold on a second. I wanted to hear from John Savaris. It's a big day for folks in the cannabis industry, and maybe even for people that don't like cannabis. The President of the United States of America, as you heard in Fox News, by executive order, has rescheduled cannabis, no longer a Schedule 1 drug. They've moved it down a couple of notches to Schedule 3, putting it in the same category as like Tylenol, if what I'm hearing and reading is correct. This is a tectonic game changer, if you ask me, and I think it will call into question the validity, the need, the efficacy of something like the Cannabis Control Board and the documentation that they came out with. I think that we ought to just throw that away and just let people do whatever it is they want to do with marijuana. What do you think, John?
Not as liberal as you. Good morning, though. I'm not as liberal as you about it. I do understand that there has to be some sort of there has to be regulatory guidance that the industry wants
Same
to follow.
ones that we use on alcohol, then.
That's for the sell, but for the production, right? The production of cannabis is a little more testy because unlike a lot of other things, this is a lot of people are gonna combust this, and because of the combustion, whether it be the nutrient density, whether it be whatever somebody's spraying on, the pesticides may be used, because the plant's is going to be may be combusted. There's different levels of toxins that may be released from the whatever chemicals, maybe fertilizers or pesticides that are going to be used.
Well, then recall it.
So
Then recall it when those problems are detected. You put a quality control the same way we do with canned meat and vegetables, and occasionally there are recalls on those things. You just find a way to make sure that we know where it came from, what the batches were, and then move forward from there.
And that's where that's why people are really pushing the laboratory conversation. This is why the federal government has actually started to step in. I believe this is why the federal government and President Trump has stepped up to make a change, right? This is a change long coming, and I've been for the last couple of months I've been tracking the federal rescheduling, and this morning I woke up to an email from
You're a party pooper, John Savaris. You are a party pooper. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Put a sticker on it that says "Consume it at your own risk," and we're done.
Well, that's actually what Guam currently has right now. So if we can get an industry and cultivators operational, we will put a label like they have in Saipan. Yes, and because in Saipan what it is this product has not been tested. So we actually have the lab bypass. But I want to actually specifically talk about what Schedule 3 does, because it opens up a category of, a category for the medical side, which is where I come out of, right? 10 years ago, I was on a cane, and I gave up all my medication to get to this point where I'm not on a cane. I don't have any more I'm not taking any more narcotics or PTSD medication, and it helped me. And I know that the president has seen the benefit, and this is why a bunch of people out in the States have come up to make this move for medical, because then it opens up the research, and that's huge. Opening up the research to get so this plant can get the validity that it
No,
deserves.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that, and we'll find out what's in it, what's not in it, and the myth and legend. We'll do the actual research required that, frankly, they should have been doing since the 1960s, so that we would have a better handle on something like this. Catherine online on the YouTube side says, in my opinion, why can't we just treat marijuana like alcohol or cigarettes?
And it's true. That's the direction that eventually I hope that we get to. But it's a baby step. It's a baby step thing that's going on.
No, I'm sorry. This is amusing to me, John. This is for years and years and years, everybody talks about how we need to do this and we need to do that, decriminalize, yada yada yada, and now so there's like Trump's handed you just about everything that you want, and you don't, and now you're still it still feels like you want roadblocks.
Everything that I want, because if it was up to me, then we would move in a direction that is more like yours, because then nobody's dying from the plant. And I agree with people like Catherine when they're saying that, it should get to that point. But this is what I'm looking at specifically today is what President Trump did, right? He did something that no other president has since Richard Nixon. When President Nixon ignored the Schaefer report, this is what led to the to cannabis being a Schedule I controlled substance. And now this is finally a time where somebody has reversed that, because the Schaefer report recommended that cannabis there be more research done because there is medicinal value. And that was completely ignored by President Nixon at the time. And now President Trump is coming back, and he made moves to do that with the hope, and everybody on the state side, on the advocacy side, is looking for the next move. And moving to a direction that you're talking about is the direction that the federal advocacy groups are looking towards as well, because cannabis has been proven in many jurisdictions where it's legal, both recreational and medical. Cannabis has been proven to be not as dangerous to society. The world is not falling when the industry opens up, and it is not falling as the industry progresses. It's done nothing but provide tax revenue, and benefit many, many communities in the States. And this is something that Guam is currently missing out on.
Yep.
We need to get this industry stood up. And I'm just glad that the president, and what I'm hoping is
take the Cannabis Control Board regulations and throw them away and start all over again with some smart legislation.
I am good with that. To be wholeheartedly, to be completely honest, if anybody from the government of Guam wants to rewrite it, I will do this for free. I've been advocating for cannabis reform since the inception at the old Guam legislature, when they were still in the Hessler building.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I will say that I'm shocked and surprised that there's still, it feels like a little bit of hesitation. It makes me like when people are released, from concentration camps and stuff, and they're out there in the bright light, and they don't know what to do with themselves because they've been behind this wall for so long that they don't know what life is like on the other side of the wall. That's just me.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah. So it's still new. Think about it all weekend long. You think about it. Get back to me on Monday and tell me what the conclusions are.
You guys have a good weekend.
You too. You too. Senator John Savares. Oh, sorry, we haven't had the election yet. Senator John Savares on the line. Kaz, I see on line 2. Simon Sanchez on line 3. You can tell me a little bit about parties that he went to last night or the night before. What's on your mind, Kaz?
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
So I was driving to, by the way, I love the cannabis, control board? What I just picture every time you say that on the air is like 5 stoner guys going, hey, bro, how's that one, bro? This one's good, bro. Oh, this one sucks, bro.
Gnarly, man.
But, good.
This is harsh.
I was headed up to the golf course because my brother-in-law is turning 50 today, so we're going to celebrate up there. And then I saw a bunch of the, would-be, wannabe senators out and about the road waving, doing their typical thing. Mm-hmm. And I thought, hey, I'm going to give some free advice to politicians who are going to do that. Don't do the wave anymore. Do the bush cutting. Go on the medians, put up a sign saying, I'm bush cutting for you, and take a little page out of Will Parkinson,
Mm-hmm.
But, and I think that, the senators that are out there just waving every 2 years or so, just put down the wave, go and get some gear and clean up Guam, and that's going to speak a lot more volumes than waving at the roadside.
Be caught cleaning up the interlocking Guam and United States flag and the mural, the mosaic on Marine Corps Drive. A little bit of graffiti in there, maybe a little bit of send somebody up over the top of it to cut the vines and leaves that are growing over the thing. I mean, the Tenorio that's in charge of the Island Beautification Task Force doesn't do jack with the Tenorio's projects from the other Island Beautification Task Force. So if they don't do it, then somebody else needs to. I think it's still an important mural up there. It was put up with wonderful intentions and should be maintained by somebody, and maybe that somebody is you're right, somebody that's running for political office.
Yeah, just say, hey, I'm cleaning up Guam. I'm literally and figuratively.
And interesting conversation that I looked into here on something that you had observed. You, Bill, a few other people were complaining to me, like I got something to do with it, about how the Christmas decorations were installed so late. Many of them, maybe only 30 or 35% of them, are even illuminated in the nighttime. And what the story I heard, the rumor I heard, was that there was a change in the budget, and so they said, okay, we'll just do this here in Tumon. And then Lou said, no, we're going to be doing the Skinner Plaza. That's my deal. And let's make sure we got lights. So they moved the lights from Tumon to Skinner Plaza, and then they had to order a new set for EPOW at the last minute. And that's why they weren't installed right away.
Ray, I don't know whose fault it is, but all I know is this kind of stuff has to be just planned in January. Maybe the day after Christmas even, and say, okay, this is what we're doing in November 1. Right after Thanksgiving, these things go up. I mean, even McDonald's have their act together. They got Christmas lights and the Grinch Happy Meal out already, So I don't know why it's hard. It's just, I mean, it's not like, hey, what year, when does Christmas come out? It's like, no, everybody knows. It's once a year. You make it happen, and if I'm a visitor, I'm coming here, the most Catholic island I know, and we don't even have anything, no Christmas decorations happening. I'm like, I guess Guam isn't so Catholic anyway.
Right? Maybe, where's the Jesus stuff? Where am I? I mean, it doesn't have to be, because the crucifix is kind of spooky to people, but all the rest of it,
where's the Jesus stuff?
The birth of Jesus, not the death of Jesus.
Yeah.
So we'll save that for Easter Sunday. Where's all the Belens and all of that? People want to see the cultural stuff along with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Interesting commentary and of where we are and what the priorities are these days. 7:55, Cos, I'll talk to you soon, because I got to get Simon on the line. I got to get Uncle Si. Shoot, buddy. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Did you guys ever eat? Was that all the pictures that I have from the what I'm going to refer to as the Crown Affair? Don't have any drinks. They don't have any food. What's going on?
Well, first off, after listening to that prior interview, I started to want to eat a donut. But no, last night I was at Crown Plaza. There's a Haagen-Dazs there, and they're a good customer of ours at Guam Dry Cleaners. So
True.
I was stopping by, but and then I saw a lot of people from different backgrounds and political and non-political affiliations heading in the room. So I thought I'd go into that room, and sure enough, there were some people there talking about how to make Guam better in the future. And as we know, Governor Leon Guerrero's term is ending, and we're now having people trying to
hold your applause.
Find a successor.
Hold your applause.
And so I was there with a lot of people talking about what's the best way to make Guam better. And it was a good meeting, and there were Democrats and Republicans there. There were former lieutenant governors were there. A couple of them were there. And I believe Speaker Frank Bloss and Mary Okada were also there.
Well, on the screen right now, side by side in the picture. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a surprise! Yeah. And President Okada is retiring soon, right? And she's done an excellent job at GCC, I think, by everybody's opinion. And the thing about Mary that appeals to me at a personal level is, she has run an institution of education, and she has taken it to a much higher level and made it better. So she knows how to work with education. She knows how to work with educators. She knows how to build infrastructure for education. And, of course, and Speaker Blas is started as a police officer on the street. So, in the big three of politics, public people want to feel safe. People want to make sure their kids are educated, and to see Mary and Frank, they're talking about the future and talking about their views on how to make Guam better with the folks that were allegedly in that room.
Not AI.
Are you sure that picture wasn't AI?
I'm pretty sure not AI. We've got ways that we can test these things to make sure that they're the actual images that were taken with an actual phone of actual people. 7:56. So what did you come up with, Si? What did you guys? I mean, I'm looking at this crowd, and there's some big thinkers in there, and folks that maybe are tired of the direction that Guam has been going in over the last bunch of years. What did you come up with? Other than, hey, this will all be this 8-year nightmare is about to end here before too much longer, so what do we got to do? What do we have to have in place so that on day one inauguration for Republicans at Adelup, Republicans all over the legislature, et cetera, what do we have to have in place so that we can get things going and get back on the right track? What'd you come up with?
Well, I think as you know, the teams that are running for governor, they're all sincere people that really, want to make a difference. And the question before the voters is, okay, which is the best team, the team that you think will do the best job of improving Guam and making Guam even better, right? And that's really, there was no specifics. It was really just a gathering of people with common goals and as an interesting mix of people, just like I think every campaign has, right? There's some great Tony Atta and EJ. They come from a great group, and I think the Republicans, I'm a former Republican senator, so that's where I lean. But we do let Democratic governors apparently stick things in utility envelopes. So we work with everybody from both parties, right? But no, it was just a gathering of people talking about the future and how to make Guam better and what their role could possibly be in doing that. And that's what it was. And then I went and got my Haagen-Dazs ice cream and went home. And I have the shortest ride. By the way, Tumon is being lit up. Most of the sites have electricity to them, and so that's pretty good. Although I agree it was kind of late, right? But I had to chuckle. I have a 3-minute ride from that hotel to my house. Yeah. And Lou goes, there's a picture of you.
Oh, that was fast. That was fast, wasn't it?
I figure that's just a proof of. I said, honey, that's just proof of life. That's to make sure that I was at the meeting I said I was going to be at. But yeah, sometimes the obvious gets revealed. And like I think tonight, an obvious rumor apparently is being revealed on the Democratic side.
Over at Fort Apugan, sure. Although that one was talked about for a long time, I thought it was going to be taken off the table based on some allegations and insinuations that are floating around. But apparently that's not going to be the case, and they're moving forward full speed ahead. Joe St. Nicholas, St. Augustine and Santa Claus are going to be running. Therese Terlai has told folks that she is going to be running as a Democrat candidate for governor. The only question is, will Chris Barnett run with her? I think that's the only viable candidate that I've heard as part of that team. I do. That's it. It's just stuff. We just pick stuff up on Candid. But stick around. Maybe in the course of the next couple of weeks, if you guys didn't come up with any specifics to make Guam better, maybe our listeners can help you.
Oh, I'm sure, especially these listeners. They have lots of opinions.
There we go. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. No, I got to break away. Fox News Live coming up now.
Great weekend, Ray.
Right about now. Here we go.
A new twist in a mass shooting. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. On day 6 of the manhunt for the gunman who killed 2 students, injuring 9 at Brown University on Saturday, investigators are reportedly probing a possible connection to the Monday shooting that killed an MIT professor in his home. Sources also telling the Associated Press a person of interest has now been identified. Police are scheduled to hold a briefing. Police in North Carolina now reporting 7 deaths in the fiery crash of a business jet belonging to former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. North Carolina Congressman Richard Hudson posting earlier that Biffle, his wife, and 2 children were on the plane.
He shared that, quote, Greg was a NASCAR champion who thrilled millions of fans, but he was an extraordinary person as well. He will be remembered for his service to others as much as his fearlessness on the track. track.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol. The plane was trying to land at a regional airport north of Charlotte when it crashed. A statement just released says NASCAR is devastated by the tragic loss. President Trump moving to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, which could ease restrictions on medical research.
The facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when carefully administered.
His executive order does not legalize recreational marijuana at the federal level, but it could also change regulation and taxation. The U.S. Health Secretary calls it malpractice, not medicine, rolling out new restrictions on transgender treatments for minors.
Among the steps announced today, prohibiting hospitals from performing, quote, sex-rejecting procedures, stopping taxpayer dollars from being used on gender-affirming care, and barring gender dysphoria from being protected under disability law. On the other side, LGBTQ advocates are calling the proposals harmful.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
The jury in Wisconsin now has the case against a judge accused of obstructing ICE agents.
After 4 days of evidence and testimony, the defense in closing arguments says Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan did her job in April, that she complied with a draft policy and sent an illegal immigrant out of her courtroom. Prosecutors telling jurors the judge broke federal immigration law by steering the Mexican national in court on battery charges at a private exit and away from ICE agents looking to arrest and deport him. A federal grand jury later indicted Dugan on obstruction. She did not testify and faces up to 6 years in prison and a $350,000 fine if convicted. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A man accused of setting a woman on fire on a Chicago train and facing federal terrorism charges is now indicted on multiple counts, including trying to burn down City Hall 3 days before the train attack. Lawrence Reed due back in court tomorrow. The White House now says bonus checks for military members announced by President Trump last night will be covered by military housing funds, not from tariff revenue. The Kennedy Center is being renamed to recognize the president.
Members of the Board of Trustees for the Kennedy Center, all installed by President Trump earlier this year, unanimously voted to rename the renowned Performing Arts Center the Trump Kennedy Center. President Trump says he is honored.
We're saving the building. We saved the building. The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way, and now it's very solid, very strong.
The president has taken a strong interest in the center, attending a performance of Les Mis earlier this year and last week, serving as MC for the annual Kennedy Center Honors. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Stocks finish higher, but an early rally cooled for the Dow, up 65 points in the end. The S&P up 53. The NASDAQ, though, up 313 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Are you in need of accessible, affordable, reliable, and responsive transportation services? Then contact the Accessible Van Transportation Services, AVTS on Guam. AVTS is a newly established family-owned wheelchair transportation company on Guam, and we have a fleet of 3 vans with hydraulic kneeling system and fold-out ramps. We provide 24/7 non-emergency medical transportation services for the elderly, dialysis patients, wards of Public Guardian, GMH, GRMC Naval Hospital discharge patients, off-island visitors, veterans, and retirees. For reservation requests, you can text or call AVTS directly via WhatsApp at 671-898-8695 or email us at avtsguam@gmail.com.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. Want approved credit? Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026 at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring 2 of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
6 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
It's 8:08. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A man facing multiple felony charges, including home invasion and meth possession, had his sentencing delayed on Monday. Matthew Seguenza Salas was scheduled to be sentenced for several crimes committed between 2023 and 2024. Judge Maria Senzon pushed the hearing to January to coordinate with a separate pending case. Under a plea deal, Salas faces a 5-year prison term with all but 1 year suspended. The delay allows the court to calculate time credits correctly and ensures Salas does not have to surrender before the end of the year. He must continue checking in with the court until his next hearing. Meanwhile, a $300,000 fine against a former airport vendor remains uncollected nearly 3 years after it was first issued. The contractor's license board penalized Menzies Aviation in 2023 for operating an airport baggage system without a license, but the case is stalled once again because the board's assigned attorney recently quit and left the island. Board officials say at least 5 different attorneys have cycled through this case without making any progress. The AG's office blames the delay on a general shortage of lawyers. Menzies Aviation earned over $3.5 million from the airport while the licensing dispute was ongoing. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Guam Business Magazine has named 6 island business leaders as its 2025 Executive of the Year nominees. The nominees are Christine Boleto of Docomo Pacific, Christopher Felix of Century 21 Realty Management, Jay Jones of Triple J Enterprises, Michelle Kramer of Pacific International and Honorary Consul of the Marshall Islands to Guam, Tay O of Alupang Apartments, Vantage Advertising, and PSI Holdings, and Dr. Saeed Safabaksh of Pacific Medical Group and Guam Dialysis Centers. The winner will be announced January 24 at the Executive of the Year Gala at the Hyatt. And Tony Romas is making its official comeback today with a grand reopening at the Royal Orchid. New owners Dennis and Natalie Lang took over the franchise just months after it closed earlier this year. The couple hosted a preview event on Wednesday to show off the newly renovated space. Management says they are ready for business because 80% of the former staff returned to work at the restaurant. This includes the general manager and kitchen manager. Owners say they hope to make the island proud and invite both residents and tourists to try their new menu items. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Is there weather? It's 8:11 in the morning, a couple hours. It's a meme. Outside. There's a meme here. I found this on the internet while I was looking for information about the rescheduling of cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 by the presidential executive order here this morning. I found it. It's available on obviously the White House website. But this meme is from Alicia Duenas Anderson, and it's a picture of a guy in a parking lot like the one they got at the hospital. Says, "Hey, Mariah, I got a present. I got you a Christmas present." And then there's a picture of Mariah says, "I don't want a lot for Christmas."
She looks tired in that picture.
Yeah, because she's been listening to that. She's been listening to that song the entire time. But thank you very much, Alicia, and the incredible sunrise picture from the eastern side of the island that she takes. And this one here a little bit different because this. Oh, is this where I think it is? Wait, zoom in on this. Oh, it's still First Beach. It's just a different angle from First Beach. Absolutely gorgeous sunrise here on that side of the island. 8:12, oh yeah, okay. I'll do the weather and then I'll come back with a reading from the book of Donald J. Trump. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 87 degrees. Easterly winds up to 13 miles per hour today. Tonight, partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 78 degrees and gusts as high as 18. Tomorrow, gusty conditions, 21, 22 miles an hour during the day and evening. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies in the forecast for Saturday and Sunday. Likewise, mostly sunny skies. Might still have some of those gusts. In fact, Sunday they're talking about gusts around 25 miles an hour. So stuff's going to fall down. But the bigger concern is what that wind is going to be doing on the oceans. We've got higher tides, higher water levels, and all of that stuff is getting pushed around by the big wind. So be very, very careful when you are out in the water, whether you're on a boat or a kayak or you're swimming or you're snorkeling or whatever. If it looks rough, turn around. Ocean's not going anywhere. There's no mermaids and pirate treasure down there. There's nothing to see today that won't be there likewise tomorrow. So take a step back, head back into the shore and just enjoy the sunshine and the bikinis and the cold beers. 8:13. That's news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra chinar.
It's back! Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
6 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
What happened? It's 8:14. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Need a break from all that Christmas shopping and all the Christmas stress? Because the lady on the radio says 6 days till Christmas and your heart races faster. Race the car down to Agate. Send the car in that direction. There's a lot going on in Agate. We got the 6 miler that is going to be concluding at Nimitz. Nimitz, though, is the rally point for tomorrow morning's alley oop. Show up about 5, closer to 5 than 6, please. And then we're going to get you in the back of a pickup truck, drive you all the way down to Umatic, and then you have to run back to your car. It's a swell race. And for those of you that love hills, You're going to love this one tomorrow. It's just you're going to go, wow, I wish there was an even bigger hill. I wish it didn't stop at SETI. I wish we could just keep going until we get to the very, very top of Guam. But anyway, so while you're down in Agate, maybe tomorrow when you're all done with that, swing by Marina Grill and check out the incredible breakfast that they have prepared for you and all your favorites and maybe even a couple of new surprises. You can't miss it. Marina Grill, which is the restaurant at the Marina in Agate.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Noted 8:15 Ray Gibson show until it's not going to be anymore. Simon Sanchez on the line, and we didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time talking about the letter. Take a letter, Maria, address it to my wife. Say I won't be coming home. I think I found a new life. No, not that letter. We're talking about the letter from the governor that was placed at the request of Governor Lulian Guerrero in the monthly billing for the Guam Power Authority. We spent a little bit of time talking about that yesterday because it just seemed to me that the Guam Power Authority, by including this
Trojan horse
without any kind of disclaimer, looked like they were taking sides on this deal. Is it possible they didn't know what the contents of the letter was? Is it possible they just said, oh, maybe it's a Christmas greeting? Maybe it's a Christmas greeting from the governor to all the families, reminding them about all of the work the hard work that the men and women of the utilities do, and thanking them for that, and likewise reminding the people of Guam about the break that they got on the electric bills. You remember when all the ratepayers got all that money, $100 credits. Maybe they thought that was going to be in the letter somewhere, and so they didn't even bother reading it. They saw the governor's letterhead, saw the governor's signature, and said, "No problem, let's go for it." On the other, but as it turns out, it's a propaganda hit piece. And it's a hit piece against a variety of members of the 38th Guam Legislature, the Attorney General of Guam, and a threat. It's not even a veiled threat. It is a threat that the power bills are going to go up, that the water bills are going to go up, because Doug Moylan can't extricate himself from her desires to build the medical complex in the middle of nowhere, and you can't do it without infrastructure. And they have to put the infrastructure in. If they don't get $104 million, then they're going to have to go to the bond market and borrow money for the infrastructure that needs to go in for the hospital complex, and that's going to increase the power bills and the water bills. This is critical. It's what is the word that they use? Yeah, critical. We got to take care of this problem right now, for heaven's sakes. Maybe before New Year's.
What are we waiting for?
I don't know what they're waiting for. Anyway, so I read the thing in my dramatic voice yesterday, not knowing, because the only version of it that I had seen so far were bits and pieces that were floating around on the internet and the social media, and on the WhatsApp. It got to me on the WhatsApp, and there are all kinds of statements coming from all kinds of people, and even the suggestion from somebody that they knew what was in it, and there were people that were pressed over a barrel. It was not necessarily a request as much as it was let me make you a deal you can't refuse. And nobody wanted to wake up in the morning with a horse head in the bed, and as a result of that, that's why the letter was included. And that's not me reading in.
That's my favorite part
That's
of
not
the movie.
me reading in sinister action here. That's an actual suggestion from somebody that is close to the know. Anyway, so I'm trying to figure out whether I want to do this in my dramatic voice or not. But as I say, this was written by Carlo Branch, I'm sure, and I'm also sure, because Carlo and I are old friends, we go back a long way. I'm also sure that when he writes this, he writes it hearing my voice, my dramatic speaking voice, in his head. And that's how he knows, how to do the punctuation, how to do the language on this thing. So for those of you that only saw it on the WhatsApp and in the internet, it looks like it leads off with the legislature voted down the bill. Only Senators Will Parkinson and Tina Munya Barnes voted in support. The following senators voted no: Tony Ada, Frank Blas Jr., Chris Duenas, Sean Gumatautau, Jesse Lujan, Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Therese Terlahi, Vince Borja, Chris Barnett, and Sabina Perez. Let me see. Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Sabina Perez. Hey, they're all Democrats. Aren't they? They're all Democrats.
I
those
hope
guys.
so.
Well, you would think that they would side. They would have sided with the governor, like Will Parkinson and Tina Rose Munoz Barnes did. Well, how about that?
That's all right.
Senators were excused absence: Shelley Calvo, Joe St. Augustine, and Tello Taitugui. Because of this vote. And because of Attorney General, this is now page 2. This is the part that you may not have seen. Because of this vote and because of Attorney General Doug Moylan's refusal to perform the required contract review, Guam now stands at risk of losing $104 million in federal funds, which would eventually force increased utility rates on every single ratepayer to pay for the same essential infrastructure. You know where I stand. No ratepayer should face higher utility costs because one office refuses to act. No community should lose millions in federal funding because of political disagreements. And no government should delay critical infrastructure when the money is already secured and ready. This is why your voice is essential now. I urge you to contact your senators and Attorney General Doug Moylan, and you tell them, 1, federal funding is available today, but not forever. 2, their actions can either protect ratepayers from increases or push higher costs onto every family. I think maybe I could have put a little bit more emotion in family. Let's just do it again. Their actions can either protect ratepayers from increases or push higher costs onto every family. I was close on that one, right?
Yeah,
family? You got family, home,
right here.
Love. Guam cannot afford to lose this window. I think you meant to say close. Somebody unformatted. I think it means closing. Guam cannot afford, because you can't lose a window. You can break a window, and you can close a window. But I don't think you can lose a window. Guam cannot afford to close this window, and we should not be forced into borrowing when ARPA funds are already on the table. Your advocacy can prevent higher power and water rates, protect federal funding, and ensure that both our new hospital and our island's utility system receive the improvements they urgently need. Sidzuus Maasi for your engagement and your commitment to our island's future. Sinceramente, not Merry Christmas.
Oh, my God.
Not Happy Holidays, but Sinceramente.
Back against
Lulian Guerrero, Governor, and that was page 2 of the deal. So not 1, but 2 pages worth of political hit piece and propaganda that somehow managed to make it. And this is the part that pisses me off here. You know, so I'm the ratepayer. My power bill's $230 some odd this month. How much money, how much extra in metering am I paying as a ratepayer for that? The governor wanted to send me a message. She could have took out an ad in the news. Could have bought an ad here.
She could have WhatsApped us.
She could have WhatsApped everybody. We're all the one.
WhatsApp.
Just send it to like Shelley, and Shelley can tell us because she's connected to everybody on the WhatsApp. I'm just saying. Why? And didn't the Guam Power Authority, while a part of the government of Guam, is an autonomous agency. They don't report to her, or do they? Dun dun dun. 8:23.
You stop.
I can't. It's Friday. You know I'm frisky on Fridays.
Here we go.
Who's on the phone now?
He's on the good list.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
He's the one of 2 senators on the good list.
Oh, that's Will Parkinson.
Of course it is.
Hey, Will Parkinson, congratulations. Thank you very much for getting in front of the higher water and power rates, even though no matter what anybody does, the power and the water rates are going to go up. How you doing there, buddy?
Oh, it's the Christmas season, so I'm doing my best to stay festive and positive and happy. And, we could bring back all the fisticuffs on January.
Maybe not. I don't know. Well, there's unrelated to you being on the good list for your vote here to get Doug Moylan out of the thing. Notwithstanding that, there is something else I wanted to talk to you about. But first thing I wanted to bring up is baby's first Christmas, right?
Baby's second Christmas.
Second Christmas. Okay. All right. Is she at the point now where she recognizes the Christmas tree and that all of the presents underneath it are hers?
No, not yet. Actually, the baby's in the Philippines this year for Christmas. The wife wants to be able to spend at least one baby Christmas with her mother and her family there, give them a chance to spend that with the little baby.
Oh, nice.
So she's over there right now. Fortunately, I'm not going to be there with them. I got too much work to do over here. Things like the medical accountability stuff, and we're grinding away. But as soon as I'm able to, I'm going to be going back there to right out the rest of the pregnancy with my lady right before she gives birth.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And if you're curious, the OBGYN of choice these days seems to be a lady named Javier Cruz. And you can Javier Cruz. Ask Shay for referral if you think it might be nice to have somebody. Yeah, in fact, she was here just a couple of days ago checking out some friends with St. Luke's Hospital and the insurance companies and et cetera. Anyway, notwithstanding it, if you would need a referral, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help you out. Make sure that there's nothing unusual happening in the delivery of baby number 2. 8:25 in the morning. Senator Will Parkinson on the line, and about the first guy I thought of. I was coming to work this morning and hearing on the Fox News that the president, by executive order, has rescheduled cannabis now from Schedule 1, which basically makes it the same as ingesting hydrochloric acid, to Schedule 3, which is a little bit more closely aligned with things like Tylenol, if the current round of pundits are correct. Now, taking a look, I did a quick scan of the executive order and see some interesting things in it. Obviously, the idea that we might be able to look a little bit harder at cannabis, CBD, and THC, and look for even more medicinal value than what we already believe exists with those two concoctions. But while he took pains to say this is not decriminalization at this point, we're not legalizing anything. We're just moving it down to Schedule 3. I think it opens the door for us to completely eliminate the findings of your Cannabis Control Board, eliminate all of the suggestions and policy that was put in place as a result of that, and start all over again. What do you think?
Well, I'm certainly open to the idea that things need to change because obviously, the system is not working out where the cannabis companies, right, if the things are working out. So I definitely agree there needs to be some changes there. Whether we need to scrap the whole thing, I'm not sure if that's completely necessary, but it's certainly a conversation we can have. The way I always looked at it was I've always kind of played whack-a-mole in terms of, hey, you tell me there's a problem, okay, I'll go fix it. And then as soon as I fix that problem, I get told there's another problem I need to go fix before I can move forward. And so I'm just doing my best to play whack-a-mole in terms of, okay, you say this is the problem, all right, let's fix it. All right, this is the other problem, let's fix that one too. And so currently the whack-a-mole problem we're at right now is on the nutrient requirements here on Guam.
I'm sorry, what?
The nutrient requirements for cultivators on Guam. There was a provision that was put in that required Guam cultivators to be only using organic material or organic nutrients. And this is a standard we are holding only to ourselves on Guam. No other jurisdiction requires only the use of organic nutrients. It's usually an optional thing, and there's some benefits if you do choose to go organic, but it is not compelled or required. But because we are compelled and required here, a lot of the cultivators are saying that they are not able to make the yield necessary to make their ventures profitable. And a lot of these cultivators, if you know them, they can get really particular about their formula. A lot of that is proprietary. And so they telling people that they can't use their particular nutrient formulas is currently the problem that is setting back the cultivators, because without the cultivators, none of the other stuff comes forward unless we have shipping from the States. But until we get that federally legalized, ironically, making it federally legal kind of acts as a local protection on the Guam's market. So as long as it stays federally illegal, the Guam market has an opportunity to stand up before they get swamped out and washed away
by competition, by heavier duty concoctions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's something on us to make the changes if we want to see an industry before it just gets flooded with containers from the States.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. I'm getting a note from Andrea Pellicani here. And Andrea, do me a favor. Just call in. 888-8255, because you're among the people I want to talk to as well about all of this. So I think there's still a hesitation, and I'm feeling a little bit of a hesitation to embrace a new normal. I spoke with John Savares in the last hour, and he expressed certain reservations, I think, that are based on an old paradigm that, as of a few hours ago, doesn't exist anymore. And I'm feeling a little bit of the same thing from you here. We got the Cannabis Control Board, and there's still things in there that we've got to think about and how we're going to be moving forward. And I'm going, well, why does any of it make any difference now that it is Schedule 3? Let's treat it like alcohol and cigarettes and move on. I mean, do we tell the beer guys around here what they can and can't put in the beers that they're brewing here? Other than what's recognized to be a safe and healthy approach to the brewing?
You misunderstand me, Ray. I'm on the side of the least amount of regulation. If I had my way, we would be selling this stuff at the flea market and little kiosk stalls.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying, I'm still feeling a little bit of the old paradigm in the conversation. Forgive me if I've misinterpreted your comment.
The old paradigm is there because I got to recognize that none of these changes get made unless the majority approves of them. Like any changes we need to make to the Cannabis Control Board or any of the changes we need to make to the rules will require the advice and consent of the Republican majority party. And they're not exactly the ones to move so quickly with the times. I had a plan to.
I don't know. I'm going to look at a picture of the Republicans that got together over with the Crown Affair last night over at the actual Crown Plaza. I'll see if I'll bet you there's most of the people in this picture here probably have some kind of a CBD something at their house. Maybe something with a CBD in it that will help them sleep. Or like me, I got a little bit of acre pain. I use some today. I got a little thing that I rub in a small part of my back where it hurt this morning. So I have a CBD roller thing that my big sister Shelley gave me, and it eliminates the pain about completely. It is possible that these guys may see along the same lines as the Republican president of the United States and say, yeah, let's do some research on this.
Well, I tell you what, Ray, I love freedom. So if the Republicans want to make it more easier for people to avail themselves of this product, to sell this product, to deregulate it so it's not so strict, sign me up. Mm-hmm. I only put forward to these compromises because I think they could pass. But like I said, if I could have my way, we'd all be selling this at the flea market with the same regulations we would sell fruits and vegetables.
I think there ought to be places where, you buy coffee, you get some matcha tea, and maybe you you might be able to pick up a couple ounces or something. I've been an advocate and have proposed for many years the Green Mile. And someplace where we could do a qualifying certificate for businesses, and we'll take some. I'm not going to say blighted areas, but somewhere between district court and the governor's office. I think there are a lot of places there.
I was just thinking the same thing. That's a brilliant name for it, the Green Mile. I love it.
Okay, Senator Parkinson. Perhaps because Clint Rigel and I used to have conversations like that all the time. I mean, for me, the visionary thing would be, and I know the gentrification is an unpopular word in some circles, so I'll try not to use it. But Anigua area could always use a little bit of gentrification. There could be possibilities that old buildings might be knocked down in favor of new buildings that will have cafes and dispensaries, if you want to call them that, and places where people can go and light it up and enjoy a smoke. Maybe the tourists, the special buses. We get the Wednesday night market. Maybe we could dedicate another night to pop-ups and strolling tourists that will come here specifically so that they can have some marijuana because their countries don't allow it.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the big benefits is we get to be America right here in the Pacific. That's a unique selling point no other place really has. And we get to take advantage of it. But we can't do it without changing the laws, adjusting to the new paradigms and changing things. And I hope we change the laws on things like this. We were able to deregulate sunscreen. Let's deregulate cannabis as well.
Well, to deregulate sunscreen. I'm going to say the controversy in my mind on sunscreen is I've never seen anything that shows any efficacy that it prevents cancer. And then there's issues that I have with the nature of the chemicals that go in there that people are slathering on their bodies and the bodies of their children. But that's just me. Senator Will Parkins, appreciate your time. And we'll yak again down the road about all kinds of stuff, including your name being mentioned by the governor on the good list on the letter that went out, I think inappropriately using the offices and the materials of the Guam Power Authority.
Isn't the Guam Power Authority autonomous?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so the Guam Power Authority did this.
At the request now of Governor Lulian Guerrero. When the bill comes in, mine came in yesterday. When your bill comes in, take a look at it and see if you can find a way to agree with its inclusion for whatever reason.
Oh, is this a letter about the Manila stuff? I haven't seen this one yet.
Yep.
You know what? I respect the governor for using every tool at her disposal to try and get this $104 million spent. Because honestly, it's really silly if we're going to lose this money that is earmarked for infrastructure. Because I have no idea why. I
think it's ridiculous that for most of COVID, she didn't need to go to the legislature for anything, and now all of a sudden she needs the legislature's help. I think that's kind of ironic, but we'll save that conversation for a different day. I'll talk to you soon. Merry Christmas. Go and get the wife and get that second baby delivered. All right, buddy. Let's go.
Right. Yeah, it was a wonderful day.
You know, I will. It's a 8:36 Ray Gibson show until it's not going to be any more. Stash. Merry Christmas to you and the family. And Andrea Pellicani on the line. And one of these people that I almost have to try to remember that she knows more about cannabis and the regulation as it exists now, and probably has already got a study on what the president's executive order does and what it doesn't do. Andrea, welcome to the program. Merry Christmas to you and the family.
Merry Christmas to you, Ray. Thanks. You know, I've been out of the loop for a while, so I have very little to offer as far as detail, which is probably perfect for morning talk radio. However, I do want to just bring up some facts. Senator Parkinson was on the Cannabis Control Board when those rules were passed and the whole nutrient, and every single cultivator came in saying, look, these rules are too stringent. So it got past him. I don't know if he voted in support or not. Secondly,
there were some. Obviously, there were people on the Cannabis Control Board that were pro cannabis, pro deregulation, pro make it as easy as possible so even Ray Gibson could understand it. But my understanding was that maybe got outvoted by the anti-cannabis movement, and they could be loud and fairly aggressive. Is my recollection.
Well, I just want to also put out, it's one thing to want deregulation. It's a whole other thing to be responsible about regulation. And we got to be somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I'm not a huge fan of just grow it in your container. And, there's a lot of problems that have been discovered. We shouldn't need to reinvent the wheel. There are problems with cannabis because you smoke it. So it shouldn't have the same guidance as what you use to, like, eat apples, for example, because you combust it. When you combust it, it creates problems. And so there are already rules out there. There are approved pesticides. There are states who have been doing this for a long time that know, at least up to today, what they can deem safe and unsafe. I just want to say, when the rules went to the legislature, no bill was introduced to fix the problems. Every single expert came in and testified that, these cultivation rules were too stringent. Secondly, there are 0 rules for indoor cultivation. There are no thresholds for packaging or serving size that passed. And then here we are, how many years later, going, I wonder what's going on with this industry and why people aren't opening their businesses.
Oh, and can we also throw in the ridiculous nature and I think oppressive nature of the rule making? Things like how many cameras you got to have per square foot, how tall the fence has to be outside, security arrangements and things like that, and then you've got the ridiculous costs associated with virtually every license. I never understood why they were so expensive to be able to get into this game. I had envisioned a time where marijuana, recreational or medicinal, was something that would be accessible to everybody, and they made it so only our rich friends could afford to play in that arena. You know what I mean?
Well, yes and no. There are a lot, like I said, it's still federally illegal, right? There are still a lot of issues involving black market, security issues. There's a cash issue, right? And so that's why a lot of places are required. Sometimes it goes above and beyond maybe what is acceptable, but that's why a lot of states have implemented rules that are very particular to safety, because it isn't just safety of the consumers, it's safety of the people who work for these places, the people who are assisting the farmers, the people who are working in the dispensaries. So if your state is requiring you to have a really good security system, by all means, if it's going to protect workers from theft, I mean, we have, violence here at gas stations.
But I get it, but we don't have those oppressive rules in place for cigarettes and alcohol. I mean, it's not like it's not like Ben Johnson over at Carabao has to have a 17-foot high fence around his building where he brews beer.
That's true, but we're not converting a black market anymore these days on alcohol. It's regulated and sold in the stores, and I think that's the difference. Is we're transitioning from a black market, to a regulated market, and we have to mitigate that. So again, I just want to relative.
Oh no, me and you we'll just drive down to Molesto and go find some tuba, and there's some alcohol in tuba. You and I could have a good time ringing the New Year with tuba.
Aren't you a Republican? Aren't you supposed to be like, no, let's put 20,000 rules on this cannabis thing? I am family-friendly tourist destination.
No, girlie, there's times where I am like pure libertarian. The fewer regulations that are needed, the better. I think that we need to figure out ways to get the government less involved in every little thing that we do. And now all of a sudden, I think the rescheduling here, like I said, there are things that it does and there are things that it doesn't do, and we're not going to find out about the things that it doesn't do until people like you start taking a look at these regulations, questioning every single one of them, and then going to court. Why? I think that would be the thing, is let's take a look at the current set of cannabis laws and regulations that we have here and fight them in court and let a judge decide based on the executive order, based on whatever changes are to federal regulations, whether or not there's a need for these things.
I think that's a little tricky. I'm not a lawyer, can't weigh in on that. But, Senator Tello is having, she mentioned to you yesterday, a cannabis roundtable, so I hope to assist her with that. Mm-hmm. Again, one of the things I want to talk about, the Schedule 3. I did not read the executive order, but I'm familiar with the Schedule 3 and what that does. That basically puts it under the purview of the Food and Drug Administration and, all that good. All those, what do they call them? The letter, whatever, however many letter agencies there are. So that in itself could be problematic for the cannabis industry here, because then the FDA and all those agencies could essentially crack down. Will they? I don't know. We don't know where it's going to go with that. Until there's a regulatory framework for it as a Schedule 3, we don't know what that landscape would look like. What we do know is it is a huge tax relief to people who are getting into the industry. And so I wanted to get that information out to anybody who was sitting on the fence about applying for the cultivation license. This just came in as a huge tax relief. And so it's one thing that you don't hear a lot of people talk about, but it's been the people with the deep pockets, I guess, essentially can ride out this tax burden that's been placed on cannabis because it was a Schedule 1. Basically, the only thing a cannabis business can write off, including a lab, is cost of goods sold, right? And so when you're in that sort of tax scenario, it really is burdensome. So when you talk about the security, all of that to me is minor. Like, to me, even the licensing fees, those are minor. When you're talking about a 40 to 70% tax liability for a business, that is major.
Yeah.
Right? And so those were the areas that I was focused on, which are really the true barriers to getting into this industry. A $10,000 license is not. If you don't have $10,000 on a license, I question whether you have the qualifications to open a cannabis business.
So we're no longer going to, as far as I'm concerned, no longer going to refer to a cannabis business. This should eliminate all of the stigma attached to this, and it shouldn't be any different than whatever license it is that Mr. Woostig has to make corn.
Not necessarily, because this is the same schedule as Tylenol with codeine, ketamine, and all of that.
I recognize that, but again, it's time to start challenging the old paradigm and see what kind of new paradigm that we can make. Andrea, I gotta go. I put you in before we did our last newscast, and Donna's got a lot of work in front of her, so I'll talk to you pretty soon. Merry Christmas again to you and the family.
Merry Christmas to you.
All right. 888-825-5880-TALK is the telephone number. 840. Well, it used to be Christmas season when we were kids, and me and her brother Andy, we used to hang out together at Christmas time. Again, yeah. So always
whole
fun.
family.
Yeah. So we'd have sleepovers at the place. We go run around Barragata Heights all night and hang out with everybody.
Cause trouble.
Yeah. And then wake up in the morning. And her mom was awesome. Andrea's mom, God rest her soul, just an awesome lady. And she always, and it didn't matter what time we eventually rolled out of bed, there was breakfast waiting for us. And when I stayed over, I was the favorite child in the entire Pelicani household. Don't choke on that, Donna. It's okay. It's 8:46 in the morning. Last look at news and headlines with Donna D right after these.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original Cover Girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez. Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Americans deserve access to the best medical treatments and research infrastructure in the world. In 2023, the Food and Drug Administration completed a review of the landscape of medical use of marijuana and found scientific support for its use to treat anorexia related to a medical condition, nausea and vomiting, and pain. Chronic pain affects nearly 1 in 4 United States adults and more than 1 in 3 United States seniors. 6 in 10 people who use medical marijuana report doing so to manage pain. 40 states, plus the District of Columbia, have state or locally sanctioned, regulated medical marijuana programs, yet decades of federal drug control policy have neglected marijuana's medical uses. That oversight has limited the ability of scientists and manufacturers to complete the necessary research on safety and efficacy to inform doctors and patients. That is the first paragraph of the Purpose and Policy, Section 1 of the executive order that President Donald Trump, not the auto pen, Donald Trump signed, and that is now the law of the land. Now, there's more to this. But it doesn't feel like it's regulatorily overburdening. And I think that it's, again, interesting to hear people talk like it is. Or that stigma and that old paradigm still exists. I don't know what the new paradigm looks like yet, but I tend to be kind of a laissez-faire kind of guy. That's what I'm looking at. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. It's 8:49. Donna, what's going on?
Healthcare providers are asking the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to reject a rehearing on Guam's abortion ban. AG Doug Moylan wants the court to lift a 30-year-old injunction on the ban, but doctors argue the case is over because the law was already ruled invalid. Governor Lulian Guerrero sides with the appellees and is expected to file her response today. Meanwhile, a new law provides $19.7 million for GMH to fund critical repairs and supplies. The money comes from government bond savings and will pay for Z-Wing demolition and new medical equipment. Governor Lulian Guerrero says the funds must be used for life-saving materials and specific projects. The hospital is now required to provide quarterly spending reports to the public. And Guam's only soup kitchen is seeing record numbers of people in need. Program Director Doris Royal says the facility now feeds up to 90 people daily, a major increase from previous years. While official data shows a 31% decrease in homelessness, Royal says the demand for hot meals proves that the island still faces a critical shortage of shelters and housing. And that was your last look at local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Last look at headlines on the point from Donna D. We'll have KUAM News a little bit later on. One of the stories that they are covering here is that Tony Roma's grand reopening today. They've had a couple of soft days, and I think that whatever it is that they forgot how to do in a couple of months that they were closed, they ought to have remembered now. Some of the new people that figuring out just how Ray Gibson likes his onion loaf and how he likes the rib mints that they make over at that place. So congratulations to the entire team from not just Tony Roma's, but your sisters and brothers next door over at Booney's. Barcade and Bistro founders Dennis and Nathalie Lang took over ownership of the family-friendly restaurant just months after it closed. They say it was all possible with the majority of its staff coming back, including the general manager and kitchen manager. So that same great taste and the great service that you remember from Tony Aromas is back, ladies and gentlemen, effective tonight. Now, don't take it for granted anymore. Every month, plan out an excuse to go and take everybody. Maybe it's somebody's birthday. We got, I don't know, First Holy Communion, whatever. It's Sunday. We're looking for someplace to go and eat. Just because we don't want to lose any more brand restaurants around here. You know, I was devastated when Red Lobster closed. Okay, that's not true. That was too salty. But I hated the idea that there was a Red Lobster here for about 20 minutes and then it was gone. And I thought, well, that sucks. But it was COVID time, right? And don't they still have in that building? Don't they still have the Red Lobster signs on the window? Oh, I think they still have the etched glass out there on the thing. Anyway, so that means we can put another fish place in there, another crab and lobster place in there.
There you go.
Right?
The Kamayan.
Okay, so wait, hold on. They just opened one. They just opened one in Tumon. What's the place I like to go to for the crab boil? Crab Daddy.
There you go.
Let's put another one in
Daddy's
there.
home.
Because it's always crowded. Crab Daddy's always crowded. Have you noticed?
Yeah,
the Crab Daddy in the Ganya is always crowded. The Crab Daddy in Tumon, every time I've gone in there, is crowded as well. We can have a third place. Or you know what? Shirley's got a little crab boily thing in there.
No, they do.
Yeah, what?
Crab pot.
Samurai Crab Pot.
Crab pot.
Samurai Crab Pot
Joe's
when it was
Crab
in the Crown Building. That was boss. That was because you could get Tepon over there, and then you could also bring it to you in the crab boil place. I'm just saying, who doesn't like it? Who doesn't? And nobody cares. It's one of those things where you know what you can get. It'd be $100 a head, and nobody cares. No, because it's seafood, right?
It's butter and
there's
lemon.
a lot of it, and there's a can that you put your bones in.
There's lemon slices.
850. I need crab bones. Okay, where were we? 8:53 in the morning. So Ray Gibson Show. Am I supposed to take a break? I forgot where we're going here.
You could.
Oh, I was going to say, Donna, we have celebrity birthdays.
Bye, Donna.
Yeah, no, but that's all. You go. You go, because they're technically.
We'll smell you later.
Technically, these are yesterday's birthday, but because it's Guam, they're not expired because they're celebrating the birthdays in the States. It's still good. I'll give you an example. So I'm going to say a name, and she's going to go, okay, I can come back. Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones.
Still alive?
Keith, he's still alive.
That's amazing.
He's 82 years old, and so are you in or out, Donna?
That means we're going to live forever, Ray.
They've postponed a tour. I mean, this is like today's entertainment news. The Rolling Stones were supposed to go on tour, but Keith Richards, 82 years old, and it looks like his arthritis is making it difficult for him to perform and play the guitar like he should. I mean, it's not the Rolling Stones unless you got Keith Richards, and the peculiar way that he tunes his guitar that makes a little bit more of a twangy Rolling Stones sound. And without that, maybe it just ain't the Rolling Stones. Steven Spielberg, the producer of the guy gave us Jaws. The guy gave us E.T.
There you go.
Extraterrestrial. And Schindler's List and plenty more. 79 years old. One of my favorite comedians. I can never remember his name, but I like him because he does a bit based on his drinking. You have the right to remain silent. I just didn't have the ability. Ron White is 69. Brad Pitt from...
oh, nice.
Used to be married to Angelina Jolie, right?
That's what we know him for.
Yeah. Never mind the movies.
He was in Legends of the Fall.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Legend of the Fall, Fight Club, 12 Monkeys, all of that. 62 years old.
What's in the box?
Your favorite wrestler, Stone Cold Steve Austin, is 61.
There you go.
And Christina Aguilar, who gave us Genie in a bottle.
She sure did.
She's
thick now, Ray.
But man, that voice.
Yeah.
That voice. Every song that she did for the soundtrack of Moulin Rouge. Just incredible.
Yeah.
And that the thing that she did, Move Like Jagger, she's the female vocal on Moves Like Jagger. Frankly, she makes the song. Personally, I think she makes the song. But anyway, so Christina Aguilar is 45 years old today. So if you're looking for something to celebrate, Baked Cookies Day, Ham Salad Day. I don't understand. Just make spam. Yeah. Or go Ponos and get spam musubi. It's Regifting Day. And International Day of Migrants, to which I say, no, there's going to be a naturalization ceremony coming up. The court's making a big deal about doing you never hear about people that are naturalized getting into trouble. We hear about the illegal aliens and the wave of Biden-inspired migration that came into the country. We hear about those guys. So, Simon said that they got together, a clutch of Republicans and others got together over at the Crown last night to come up with a path to make Guam a better place. Oh. He missed the opportunity to start talking about making Guam great again. My old slang on that was make Guam again. But he didn't actually give me any details on things that they agreed would be good steps to take when it comes to making Guam a better place. I know off the top of your head, you're going to go, well, do something about crime. Let's do something about hospital and education and just kind of graffiti and all that. Those are things that we're supposed to be doing anyway. I labored over this earlier in the week, but just to kill a couple of minutes between now and the top of the hour, we expect our government to give us those table stakes for our tax dollars. That's what we expect. That's what they're supposed to be doing. So as a politician comes out and says, well, I'm going to do something about crime. Well, first of all, many of you are already in the world of politics. What are you doing about crime today? Why do you got to wait until you're running for office to talk about how important it is that we do that about crime, that we straighten out our educational system, that we do something about Guam Memorial Hospital and their low morale for whatever reason that they're going to be making a big noise about? Why do we have to wait until that? Why can't we get some of this stuff taken care of now? And then we can spend the next 4 to 8 years concentrating on really cool things for Guam. really cleaning the place up. I mean, we got all these snaggletooth guardrails that we need to get rid of. We got all kinds of government of Guam owned retaining walls and fences that we need to take care of. The fence on overpass, underpass. You know that turn when you're coming off of Route 16 and you want to make that turn towards the airport so you can go to Capitol Kitchen.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen how many dofies there are in the fence?
Yeah, it's just rusting away slowly.
Yeah. And the pedestrian crossing in front of the Micronesia Mall, that area
That's
there.
nasty.
It's nasty, and we've got all of these old murals. Paint that white. Just cover it up, paint it white, and then wait till somebody graffitis it, and then arrest their ass. But anyway, we need to do all of these gee whiz things. That's, I think, what people are expecting. I'll tell you what. You want my support as the governor of Guam? I'm serious here. I will vote for you. I will support you. I'll put money in your campaign if you promise to take down that god awful, butt ugly chain link fence in downtown Tamuning. It's the first thing that tourists see as they leave the airport and head into our tourist mecca that is supposed to be Tumon. First thing they see is this ugly fence. Let's get rid of that and put something nice up. As I'm fond of saying, because it's true, with all the gays that we have in the government of Guam, we can't find 4 or 5 gays that can pretty that up and make it effective and pretty at the same time. Just saying, guys. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. KUSG got you. And the last hour of the Ray Gibson Show for the last full week before Christmas coming up. Stay there. Fox News.
A possible connection between 2 shootings in New England. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Investigators reportedly looking into a link between Monday's shooting death of an MIT professor at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts, and the mass shooting last Saturday at the engineering building at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. That killed 2 students and injured 9.
This breaking development comes after yesterday, Providence police asked the public to help identify a second person, captured also on surveillance video, nearly passing the person of interest on the sidewalk. The police said if people would come forward and help identify the 2 people, they'd get the break they needed.
Fox's CB Cotton in Providence. Retired NASCAR star Greg Biffle and his family have died in a plane crash in North Carolina. The Cessna C-550 erupted into flames when it hit the ground while trying to land at Statesville Regional Airport about 45 miles north of Charlotte.
Biffle, who was 55, was named the 1998 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Rookie of the Year and won the 2000 Series Championship. In the Xfinity Series, Biffle won the 2001 Rookie of the Year and the 2002 Championship, becoming the first driver to win championships in both the Xfinity and Truck Series. He spent 14 full-time seasons competing in the Cup Series, and while he failed to win a championship, he earned 19 victories and 515 starts, while finishing in the top 10 of the standings 6 times.
Fox's Joe Morgan, in a statement, NASCAR said it was devastated by the news, saying Greg was more than a champion driver. He was a beloved member of the NASCAR community. President Trump signed an executive order that could reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
The facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications.
America's listening to Fox News.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
Man pleads not guilty to the murder of a young woman once linked to the Gilgo Beach murders.
66-year-old Andrew Dykes pleading not guilty to the 1997 killing of Tanya Denise Jackson in a Nassau County, New York court. The retired Army veteran will remain in custody until he returns to court in January. The defense noting they'll likely challenge DNA evidence allegedly linking him to the case. Jackson, a 26-year-old mother, an Army veteran's body was found near Lakeview, New York in 1997. The remains of her 2-year-old daughter were found in Gilgo Beach 14 years later, but both bodies weren't identified by DNA until this year. Prosecutors allege Dykes and Jackson had a relationship while stationed at the same military base. Dykes has not been charged in the toddler's killing. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Investigators initially believe Jackson's daughter's death could have been linked to Rex Heuermann's spree of murders on Long Island. Pope Leo has named Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. Hicks, who's currently the Bishop of Joliet, Illinois, replaced Cardinal Timothy Dolan, who has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Inflation eased last month.
The prices you pay for things rose at a smaller pace in November. The Consumer Price Index was up 2.7% for the year ending in November. Core CPI, excluding food and energy, rose 2.6%. Economists were predicting both numbers would top 3%. Cooling inflation supports Federal Reserve policymakers who've endorsed cutting interest rates. Prices have moderated significantly since the peak CPI of 9.1% in June of 2022. Though November's numbers still topped April's CPI reading of 2.3%.
Fox's Ginny Casola. On Wall Street, stocks rise after the news on inflation. The Dow added 65, the NASDAQ plus 313, the S&P gained 53. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Mosa's Joint is hosting a block party this Sunday to celebrate 10 years of Mosa's in Hagåtña. It's a full afternoon with proceeds benefiting Harvest House, a fun list of local vendors, a burger eating contest, open mic session, live music from DUB, and the best draft beers on special. Michelob Ultra, Mango Cart, Kona Big Wave, and Stella Artois. Or enjoy a cocktail made with Deep Eddy Lemon, Bacardi, Camacho Tequila, and Patron. Mosa's 10 years in Hagåtña block party starts at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home. When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
Avalai, Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my friends over at Wendy's. You can tell they're my friends because they brought back the bacon mushroom, portobello mushroom melt sandwich here. All-time favorite of Ray Gibson's. I mean, it goes back to, I remember the first time I had the thing. I was thinking, you know what would be perfect with this? A Wendy's potato and Wendy's fried chicken and then the sandwich. It is so good. Bacon portobello mushroom melt is your favorite, and it's back again, limited time, deliciously indulgent sandwich made with the juicy beef. You remember that's the thing about Wendy's is it's juicy, crispy applewood smoked bacon, and then we've got the juice from the beef mixing with the sautéed portobello mushroom juice, and then there's melted cheese all on top of it. So you've got all of these different flavors that are mingling in your mouth. I refer to it as a symphony of flavor, and you will too. You will too. You in the Ray Gibson dramatic voice, you'll say, "It is a symphony of flavor in my mouth." Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Thank you, Wendy.
Bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Still reeling from the conversation with Andrea Pellicani. She said, but you're a conservative. Don't you want more regulations? Don't you want more rules and laws and things like that? I think real conservatives want less of that. Real conservatives, at the end of the day, want smaller, less intrusive, get out of my business government. That's what we want. We want the fewest regulations possible. If there's anything. If there's any reason, I think I bet you take a look at most of the regulations that we've got out there, most of the rules and rulemaking, you'll see that it's all put together by nanny Democrats. You know, and we got to have a provision for this. We got to have a provision. You know, every little bad thing that might happen, we've got to have a law that prohibits it. That's why you take a look.
Boring.
No, that's why we've got the stupidest warning labels. Look up, do me a favor, real Joe, in there, because you're less busy than I am. I got to talk. You can type. Look, Google stupid warning labels.
Rinse and repeat.
Stupid warning labels. Take a look at that, and I'll bet you virtually all of them came out of the head of a liberal. Joe's going to come up with a list. Now, while the news was playing, as I said, this is all new kind of virgin territory that we might be going into as a result of the presidential executive order rescheduling marijuana. Now, there are things obviously that the executive order does. But there are things that it doesn't do. And so I asked Grok, I may ask Gemini a little bit later on. I said, please analyze the presidential order rescheduling marijuana and its implications on growing, testing, and marketing marijuana, include impact on taxes and banking and existing state and territorial rules and laws. So the genesis of it, it's maybe just a little bit of a recap. December 18th, President Donald Trump issued an executive order directing federal agencies, including HHS and the Drug Enforcement Administration, to reschedule marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. This reclassification acknowledges marijuana's accepted medical uses, such as for chronic pain, epilepsy, post-traumatic stress disorder, chemotherapy-induced nausea, etc., while recognizing its lower potential for abuse compared to Schedule 1 substances like, heroin and LSD. The order expedites a process that has been under consideration since 2024, emphasizing the need to facilitate research and address patient needs, particularly among veterans and individuals with incurable conditions. Importantly, this action does not legalize marijuana at the federal level for recreational purposes. It remains a controlled substance subject to federal oversight. For those of you that are considering growing marijuana, rescheduling reduces barriers to research on marijuana, enabling more comprehensive studies on its agronomic practices, genetic strains, and environmental impacts without the stringent restrictions previously imposed on Schedule 1 drugs. However, commercial growing remains federally prohibited without appropriate DEA registration and licensing, which are typically reserved for pharmaceutical or research purposes. State licensed growers in jurisdictions where marijuana is legal may continue operations, but interstate transport or distribution could still trigger federal enforcement if not aligned with medical or research frameworks. What that means to me is we're going to open up our own lab here to test the efficacy, et cetera, of marijuana on a variety of things. That way, we'll be able to import different strains, different kinds of marijuana from states. The ship may indirectly support expanded cultivation for medical supply chains as it aligns with FDA oversight for potential prescription drug development. So there's more on that that we can go over. Implications for testing marijuana. The reclassification facilitates enhanced testing protocols by allowing for broader clinical trials and real-world evidence collection on marijuana safety, efficacy, and long-term health effects. I was talking about other testing for, purity, potency, and contaminants in the medical process. Schedule 3 status subjects marijuana to FDA regulations similar to those for prescription drugs. So standardized testing for purity, potency, and contaminants in the medical products is something that they'd still want you to test for. Marketing activities for marijuana will see limited changes as Schedule III drugs are still subject to strict FDA rules prohibiting promotion without approved medical claims. You might not be able to buy an ad on the radio that says, hey, try this one here, and it will make your breath smell better and make you run faster or whatever. You're going to have to prove all of those things. The same way you got to do with any of the herbal medicines and things like that are out there. Recreational marketing continues to face federal restrictions, limiting national campaigns and emphasizing state-specific compliance. Now, this is the one that Andrea was talking about, the impact on taxes. One of the most significant economic implications is the removal of Internal Revenue Code Section 280E, which previously barred state-licensed marijuana businesses from deducting ordinary business expenses due to the Schedule I status. Under Schedule III, businesses can now claim deductions for costs, rent, utilities, salaries, substantially reducing your tax rate and improving profitability. The change is expected to provide immediate financial relief to the industry, lowering prices for consumers and fostering reinvestment into operations. And then there's banking. I'll get to banking in a second. Who's on the phone?
Jay.
Jay who?
Jay, that guy.
From
yeah,
the
he's a
donkey?
businessman.
A businessman?
Yeah, he's a businessman, and he has things to speak about.
Business here. Good morning, Jay. Welcome to the program.
Hey. Ray, how you doing? Good morning.
Hey, I'm good. I know which Jay this is. How are you?
How are you? I'm all right. Hey, I wanted to bring up a concern about GMH I had experienced just 2 days ago.
Well, first of all, just understand that they've got a morale problem at Guam Memorial Hospital that might be affecting, patient health, patient relations, et cetera. It's on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Imagine that.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Employees
Wow.
of the government of Guam complaining about something.
Wow. Well, as a customer of the services they provide, and this for the whole island. Let me tell you about my experience. It wasn't for me. I had to take someone as an emergency. I had to take someone else to the hospital on Wednesday night. Okay, and it was an ER issue.
Mm-hmm.
So I drove the person to the ER and I walked them in. And let's not even say in yet.
Yeah.
I walked them from the ER parking and walked across to the big doors, the big double doors that say emergency with a big red band that goes around both doors. And we walked into the center one. Well, again, I won't say we walked in. We tried to get into the emergency room, but the doors won't open. And there's no one there. So I want the public to hear the story because public needs to step up and wake up. So the doors wouldn't open, and there's nobody there on the other side of the glass to see you and to do anything about it. There's no push button to open the door. There's nothing. So then there's another emergency double doors to the left. We walked to that one, and that didn't open either. There's nothing. And here we have a patient with you who needs to get ER, and nothing opens. There's no push button to say, open this, push this button to open the door. Wow. Nothing. Then I walked across back to the center door we were going. I'm like, let's go back to this one. You got to know that this is a patient with an ER condition who needs emergency treatment right away. So there's arrows that say, the same arrow, emergency room, arrow, emergency room. Okay, which goes back to the center door. Now, again, it won't open. Now there happens to be some guy in brown scrubs that looks like he works there. So he's standing there like about 10 feet from the door, but the door won't open. So I'm knocking on the door now with thick glass. I'm like gesturing to him, can you open the door?
Yeah.
So he steps forward about 5 feet so that the sensor would open. So it opened. Now it opened from the inside, right? Because he stepped to the sensor
Correct.
or something, right? We walk in. I'm like, I'm already like kind of frustrated. I'm like, hey, why don't the doors open? Why this is emergency room. We have an emergency. Why the doors don't open? He's like, the security guard, which is discretion. I mean, at your discretion, you can call him a security guard. The security guard is supposed to vet you first and check you before entering. I'm like, well, no one.
Wait, is he a doctor? Is he the doctor?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Hold on. I got to make sure you're a real patient. I'm sorry. Never
Right.
mind the blood coming out of your ears and dripping down your nose. I'm going to vet you and make sure that you're eligible for service here in our fine emergency room. That's
Exactly.
funny.
And hey, by the way, the security guard is sitting. He has no view of the door. He's sitting behind a small counter on his stool, and again, looks more like something else.
Yeah,
anyway,
not a security guard.
and I'm like, him? He didn't even see us. He didn't even come to open the door or see us. Nothing. Nobody's even here. He didn't even do his job. And he's like, well, then the guy in the scrubs, he gets a little bit antsy. Well, that's the system we have, that he has to vet you before we let anyone enter into the ER. I'm like, this is an emergency. I'm like, oh my God, this guy just sitting on his butt on the stool still, the security guard. Anyway, I didn't want to argue any further and get this patient treatment. We just walk over to the lectern where they have a little sign-in sheet and fill in patient. I'm like, oh my God, we got to do this now to even get seen.
The patient needs to be in front of a doctor or a nurse.
I know.
And
know.
and not, hey, do you have your driver's license? What's your mother's maiden name? All of that stuff. You can do that once the patient is inside.
Right. And while I fill the person's name on the sign-in sheet on the lectern, and I just looked around and like, oh my God, I'm like, do you want to be seen here? I mean, I just looked around and it looked so gloomy, like no one's gonna come and see you.
How far away? I mean, I know you were at GMH, but how far away for you from GRMC were you originally?
I was I was in Tamuning, so I was only.
So GMH was
GMH.
GMH. Because if you were any further than say the ITC building, I'd say by all means GMH. But if you were anywhere past that, drive straight up to Guam Regional
GMH.
Medical City. Put your hazards on, speed, run the red lights, all of that stuff, and relieve yourself of that nonsense.
No, I was 2 minutes away from GMH, so that's why we chose GMH, and why we should be able to choose GMH, because that's a hospital.
Yeah. But you ended up wasting the same amount of time that you could have used on the road.
I remember it's an emergency issue.
Yeah.
So I look around and I tell the patient, I'm like, I don't know about this place. I'm just from the get-go, and then when you look around at the lobby, the small lobby in the ER room, and how dim the lights are, and you look like you see like what you see is like 2-3 homeless looking people there, and a security guard who's not doing his job, and I'm just like, let's just go somewhere else. And then that's what we did. We walked straight back out, and we went to GRMC. And you know what? I'm not saying GRMC is top-notch hospital in Guam, but for what it is, I've experienced Hawaii St. I was at Queens Medical and other we've seen other St. Luke's, and I know the experience at other places. And GRMC, again, it did what it should be doing as an ER. Straight from the security, you get straight in. The nurse is stationed right there. She sees you. Boom, boom, boom. Everything was done. They get you admitted into a room and boom, boom, and get you taken care of. I really felt very good, comfortable. So what the concern is, like, hey, why is this still happening at GMH? What budget hearing do they need to do? What money do they need to appropriate? They keep talking about it. They keep doing it, but down on the ground, GMH is not a hospital. I don't know what you want to call that. And these senators and our administration is not doing nothing about it, because the real life experience of someone walking into the hospital for treatment is not there. Okay? It's not there. So sit on any budget meeting, do your conference calls. It's pointless. When on the ground, it's not in action. And the people need to wake up, stop putting up with this kind of services. Either you shut down, because, look, the time wasted to go to GMH could have been the time wasted to go to GRMC.
My point.
Okay, so either you shut down the hospital and say, you know what, we don't know what the hell we're doing, so that the patients can go somewhere else and not waste valuable time going somewhere where they're going to be turned away or it looks like they don't even want patients at GMH, honestly.
Well, I can understand. My guess is they've got a guy watching the front door to make sure that you get these homeless people and the druggies don't walk in there and steal drugs. Not that they have a whole lot, but yeah. Otherwise, I'm sure they've got a regular rotation of weirdos that pop in there on a going basis. So we keep a guy out in the front. Unfortunately, he was sitting down. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying that these are some of the realities I'm sure that they have to deal with, and that was the only thing they could come up with. Yeah. As opposed to, I've been to Medical City, I've been to St. Luke's this year. I've been into both of those places, and one of the things that occurs to me as I step towards either end of the facilities, front end or the back end, emergency room or pickup locations, is the number of armed security officers in the area, and their job is to make sure that the rest of the operation can function. And so when we make these guys part of all they got to do is observe. That's all they got to do. We don't have to get vetted. I don't have to give the guy my name. I don't have to sign in anything. They're just there, and there is the presence that this is going to be a safe location for weirdos and patients alike. And the weirdos will get the message that they're not wanted there and move on and shuffle off to someplace else. Jay, I'm sorry that you had that problem, and I hope that whoever it was that you were escorting through GMH and then finally to Guam Regional Medical City, I hope that they eventually got the care that they need and will likely survive the experience.
Yeah, they did get the treatment, and but this goes for the whole island, not just me. Everyone's experiencing it, but you know what? No one's saying anything or voicing it. They just put up with it and deal with it. You know, when you're in a vulnerable state, what can you do, right? You're just like, okay, I'll just, I have nowhere else to go, but I'll just sit down and hopefully they take care of me, right? That's all you do in a vulnerable state.
Don't let me die here in this ugly and this smelly hallway. I got you.
But this is not how a hospital needs to be run, and someone needs to, they need to do something about it. This legislature needs to do something about it. The person on oversight on GMH needs to do something.
I think they should be barred. I think they should be barred from getting on an airplane and flying off for health care. I think they should, for the time that they are policymakers and our representatives here, I think they should endure the same access to health care that most of their constituency has. Not everybody has got the means to be able to get on an airplane and fly to Manila or Hawaii or California. So if you truly want to represent the people of Guam, when you get a booger, when you get sick, you go to GMH.
Ray, they're not doing nothing about it, okay? So let's just make that clear. Nothing's being done. And they're going to dangle that carrot in front of us during election.
It's an election year. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I got you. Jay, best of luck to you, buddy. 925 8255 888 TALK. It's a tough situation to be in. Can you imagine if it was one of your parents and you had to do all of that and jump through all of those hoops just because they were closer? Just because they were closer. Take the extra time. Can you imagine and ponder this? He was just a couple of minutes away from GMH. What if he lived down south? What if that had happened in Umatic? What if that had happened in Alahan, Telefofu, Petey, as an example? What access to care do you have from down there? You know, it's a long ride from those spots to Guam Memorial Hospital, only to wait longer when you get there, because it's not a whole, you got to call the ambulance, for something life threatening. But if you're close enough, I don't know. Maybe there needs to be a warning label. Maybe that's what it is. 9:26 in the morning. But they painted the parking lot curb. Yeah, right. They're going to spend $1 million, 800 some odd $1 million to add 38 parking stalls to Guam, and arguably maybe for the guy in the brown scrubs. And here's the thing about scrubs: anybody can buy scrubs. You can go to the scrub store and buy a set of scrubs. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a nurse. You can be just a guy in scrubs running around. You wear Crocs. That completes the illusion, does it not? Yep. I might do that. I might just go in because they look comfortable. When they first started, there was a time in the 80s because they came in 80s fashionable colors. You know, there was a certain color, teal, I want to say,
Yeah.
that just looked good in the 1980s. And if you had decent arms, not like my girly arms, but if you had, you know, a decent set of arms and a little V-cut down the front, they look pretty cool. They look pretty cool. And they matched everything. They matched everything. The same color as the Marina Grill menu. That's the color of the scrubs back in the 1980s. And if you weren't a cool guy unless you had at least one scrub shirt in your ensemble
and black Reeboks.
Right. Not that anybody's ever won the Olympics with those. Anyway, so where was I? I did want to spend a little bit more time on Grok's interpretation of what the new thing means. Banking. Has popped up in one or two conversations with regard to Schedule 1 versus Schedule 3. Rescheduling lowers perceived legal risks for financial institutions, making it more feasible for banks and credit unions to offer services to marijuana-related businesses without fear of severe federal penalties. While the order does not explicitly enact comprehensive banking reform like the SAFE, the Safe Banking Act, it may include provisions encouraging safer financial access, such as guidance for depository institutions. This could result in the increased availability of loans, merchant services, investment capital. Though full normalization may require additional legislative action to address lingering federally illegal concerns. So not completely out of the woods yet. And maybe this helps justify a little bit of the, like I said, you've been in a cold, dark place for a long, long time. And then all of a sudden you're free and you go out into the light and you don't know what to do next because you haven't experienced this.
Institutionalized.
It's been so long. Yeah, institutionalized. I don't know what's real and what's not real. You know, you got the Stockholm syndrome from all of these rules and regulations and the stigma, the myth and legend of marijuana over all of these years. And now there's been a change, and it's a tectonic enough change, and we just don't know what the future looks like. I liked it better when I could be mad at the system, and now I can't be as mad at the system as I want to be. I don't know what to do with myself. If you're a member of the 38th Guam legislature, take a look at any existing law, rule, regulation that we've got on the books right now with regards to marijuana, and start looking at ways to change that. Do as Clint Rigel and others had envisioned in the past before we got our axles, our wheels round out around the axles on the subject of marijuana, marketing and growing it and testing it, and dispensaries and all of those things. And start looking at a future where those guardrails, those restrictions don't necessarily apply. Now, who's on the phone?
It's Charlie.
Charlie Mosa?
Yeah.
Okay, Charlie.
That's a great guess.
Okay, wait. Because I don't know. There's not too many other Charlies that call in the station. I don't know. What's the matter? Are you other Charlies?
He's a visionary.
Are you shy? Ray McGravy checking in from North Dakota. Let me see. The new hospital in Mighty will fix everything, says Chris Frank. Absolutely right. 888-8255. All right, Charlie Hermoso on the other side of a last look at any kind of local news here this week, coming from our friends over at KUAM TV.
Buenas and Hoffaday Guam, I'm Jonigan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, December 19th. As Guam continues to grapple with homelessness, the latest point in time count shows fewer people living on the streets, but those working closest to the issue say the need is far from over. We continue coverage that takes us to the island's only soup kitchen, where staff says serving more people than ever before. Mitsuki Hirayama has a story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. Philippine Airlines is launching non-stop flights between Guam and Cebu, marking the only direct air link between the two destinations. The new thrice weekly service begins December 16th and is expected to boost travel, tourism, and business ties between Guam and the Philippines. Flights from Guam to Cebu will operate every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, with return flights from Cebu on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Airline and airport officials say the route strengthens Guam's connectivity to the Visayas and Mindanao regions while supporting the island's large Filipino community and expanding regional travel options. And And this holiday season, the Salvation Army is calling on the community to help make a difference, one ring at a time. Volunteers are needed to serve as bell ringers at the Red Kettle locations across Guam, supporting critical programs that provide food, shelter, and essential services to families in need. Signing up is easy through the online Register to Ring platform, where volunteers can choose dates, times, and locations that work for them. Every ring helps spread hope and holiday cheer to our island neighbors. To learn more or to sign up, visit registertoring.com and be part of the giving this season. For more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch the stream of our newscast on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Mosa's Joint is hosting a block party this Sunday to celebrate 10 years of Mosa's in Hagåtña. It's a full afternoon with proceeds benefiting Harvest House, a fun list of local vendors, a burger eating contest, open mic session, live music from DUB, and the best draft beers on special. Michelob Ultra, Mango Cart, Kona Big Wave, and Stella Artois. Or enjoy cocktail made with Deep Eddy Lemon, Bacardi, Camacho Tequila, and Patron. Mosa's 10 years in Hagåtña block party starts at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Man, I'm still getting notifications from Grab. I want Grab. And
what's that? Grab Guam?
No, Grab in Philippines.
Ooh,
yeah.
hey.
There's an app, right? So you can use it. You can use the app to do
about you, Ray.
everything. You can use the app to use everything. 9:34 on the Ray Gibson Show. And for clarity, I identify conservative. I don't know if that needs to be explained to anybody, especially in this show and this station. I identify conservative and from time to time libertarian. Because it is deeply ingrained in me to question authority as often as possible and as often as it will be entertaining to me. But I did want to, for those of you that just go, okay, well, what is it that makes you a conservative? What are the primary tenets, the key principles, if you will, of American conservatism, and I think Romanian conservatism as well. While you might be a Democrat, there are still ways that you can look at your life and rules of fairness and equity and say, no, maybe I line up more with this. So, to my Democrat friends that are listening, what does this mean to you? Liberty and limited government among the essentials for conservative people. The belief in individual freedom, government's role restricted to protecting rights, maintaining order, and providing national defense, rather than excessive intervention in the economy or our personal lives. And that's why it makes sense to reschedule cannabis and to get it out from under unnecessary rules and regulations that have prevented us from being able to test it for efficacy for people that might need it. Tradition and order, also a key tenet. Valuing historical customs, institutions like family and our church, and the experience of past generations, viewing them as essential for a stable society. Here's another one, the rule of law, upholding a system of laws derived from shared experience and morality, not just arbitrary government decree to ensure justice and freedom. And it should be applicable fairly to everybody. No two systems based on the caste system that we might have in America. If something applies to me, it should apply to the President of the United States of America, the Governor of Guam, etc. Free market economy, underscore that, Charlie. Free market economy, support for capitalism, private enterprise, and low taxes. That fosters prosperity and innovation, strong defense of the country, a robust military and guard, personal responsibility and morality. I don't know about the morality part.
Yeah.
Do I have to? Do I gotta?
Yeah, that's
Can
a gray area.
We can be arbitrary on morality, right? Hey, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. An emphasis on individual accountability, self-reliance, and oftentimes a connection to religious or spiritual values as guides, as our compass for conduct. Those are the things that make you a conservative. I don't know that they make you a Republican or a Democrat, but those are the things that inspire conservative thought. 9:37 in the morning. What line's Charlie on?
Line 1.
Got it. Hey, Charlie Ramos, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Ray and Real Joe. Happy Friday. And, talking about innovation, and, I was driving. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to call in. And then I started listening today, and my mind kind of started going, and I was like, all right, I was trying to bring it back to the reason why I wanted to call was innovative. So I was driving, and I saw a sign for a laundromat, and it said, Crispy Clean Laundromat. I said, that is so awesome. I said, that is exactly what we need more of, like just signs that kind of bring a smile to your face, and so that sparked my interest to call in.
Nice. Where is it?
Crispy Clean in Sinahanya. So as you're coming down towards the Agania shopping center, on the left-hand side, right by Costules, or is it before or after?
Where the new Costules is going. Okay. Didn't that used to be a Korean chicken place?
Maybe. I mean, it might have been. I think that's the first
Vons. Yeah, I think that was a Vons. It used to be a mom and pop store for years. But well, I'm glad they've got a new tenant in there, and I'm glad that we've got someplace else to drop off the clothes.
Crispy Clean.
Does it look like the Krispy Kreme logo?
No.
Oh, I would have gone. I would have gotten dangerously close to that. I would have gotten almost to the point where there's a potential lawsuit, like Porky's.
Oh no, for sure. But the other part also is to your point. I would have been all over. I would have had callers on the cannabis going bananas right now, saying like, how do we get started? Like, as soon as I heard that, the first thing that came to mind was, all right, now I can go back, because I actually pitched this about 4 years ago about delivering cannabis with drones. I went to the board meeting and I presented, and they were like, well, we're not really there. We don't even have any rules. We don't know how to do, and now, I would have thought this would open up the whole can, and just everybody would come out and it's like, how do we do this? And but it seems like a little bit of like that reservation towards similar to the Palestine protests, right? It seems like everybody was like, free Palestine, now Palestine's free, and then like, there's nothing.
What now? What now? My worldview has changed, and as I'm liking it to people that are being held hostage, and victims say of the concentration camps, where all of a sudden they opened the doors to the warehouses and people could see the sunlight, and they were so blinded, and they were almost accosted by freedom, and they don't know what to do with it. Granted, as I said, there are things that this executive order does. There are things that it doesn't do, but I for me, it would have been just running through the halls like the last day of school. Right? It's the last day of school. It's graduation, like next week or whatever. I'll be screaming through the halls. It's over. It's done. What now? And start looking at different ways to embrace this new freedom, and start looking at, okay, what if scenarios now that these regulations may have changed. And like I said, to a degree, there might be some things that might still be, unacceptable to Schedule 3. And as the man said, this does not legalize recreational marijuana at the federal level. Well, you know what? That means that we've got an opportunity to go through all the rules and regulations that exist right now and put them in court. Take it to court.
Absolutely, but we got to push that agenda. I mean,
yes.
To me,
if there's a bad law, the best way to get rid of a bad law is to challenge it.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, on the transportation side, before it was a hard no. Now that it's a Schedule 3, it opens up the possibility for commercial transportation. Now there are regulations versus commercial versus personal use when you're transporting it. But on the commercial side now, if you look at the guidelines, there are actually guidelines that you can follow. You get FDA approval. As long as you get certain approvals, you can commercially move Schedule 3 drugs. Now, for me, this is great, because before it was just a hard no. Before it was like, nope, can't do it. It's never going to happen. But now there's a little bit of a light, and let's put it together. Let's bring it up to the agenda so that the powers that be, the legal folks, and say, I got the approval from FDA. I got all these approvals. I wanna deliver cannabis throughout the island. Now it's going to be up to them to be like, well, like they're going to have to make sure they either, put new laws in place that will allow this to happen and flourish and push it through, or amend current laws locally. But I think we need to push the envelope right now. There's a little bit of a light, and we need to grab it and really make something happen. We've been fighting for this for a long time. Now is the time. We got a little bit of light. Let's do something about it.
Well, what's going to be interesting now is the liberals that will come out and it's funny, argue for criminalization of marijuana. That's what's going to be interesting, is to see how the left, now that Donald Trump has done it, how are the lefties going to react to this? The same way that they're reacting to, oh no, don't blow up those poor fishermen. That's all they're doing, just trying to take care of themselves and their families out there, trying to catch a living by catching fish. No, those are drug smugglers. And we're going to dispatch them with haste and deliberation here. So we need to think about the same thing with the liberals coming out against Donald Trump's work with marijuana. No, we don't need to test it. No, forget the veterans and and people with glaucoma. Screw those guys, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's
gonna be fun.
It's insane. It's insane to listen to some of these Democrats in Congress or the senators talk about how. Now, once they're about to say it, but they don't say it because they ask them. They're like, well, they're carrying drugs. And they're like, well, no, they're drugs. Like, well, it's not fentanyl. Okay, it's cocaine. And now it's, it's like they're finding every excuse not to say that there's drugs on board. And it's absolutely so political. It's insane that the reality is really being taken away, and the public, being, they're being told all these lies by the Democrats. Not even their lies, because they're not telling them the truth. They're not saying exactly what's on the post. But so hopefully that doesn't happen here. And again, to Jay's point, overall, it ties into all this is the fact that, if we don't stand up, right? If we don't stand up against the government, if we don't really rally against all these things together as a community, we're just going to continue to go around the pothole. We see the pothole every single day. Once we start accepting the pothole, we start driving around there. We put cones. But we never fix the issue. So
we'll put a sign up. We'll put a sign up like they did with your traffic signal and your pedestrian crossing in Tumon. We'll put a sign up like they took care of the Koreans walking around in the middle of the night with the no lights and a no sidewalk up to the airport. We'll just put up a sign that says no pedestrians, and that will resolve that issue, as opposed to going out there doing the work that needs to get done, to put the lights out, to put safe and sidewalks now that would protect, unlike the ones that we have everywhere else. So we got the guardrails on the wrong side. You need the guardrails and the fences to protect the pedestrians and the runners, etc. 9:45. Charlie, you have a great weekend. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
You too. I'll see you out there, okay?
I will. Very close, very dear personal friend, Johnny Utah is on the line. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? Thanks for the long distance.
Hey, Ray. You should have told. I was hoping you'd let me talk to Charlie. I was going to ask him if he never becomes governor, if he could do like Trump in the White House and hang one of those plaques up underneath her picture in the hallway and put up all of her failures like Trump's doing with all the.
Oh my God! And I love what Trump's doing because it's pointed in it's bipartisan. He's ripping into Biden and Obama, but also ripping into Bush's, etc.
Exactly.
Love it. I you know what? He's getting a ration from folks that are upset about what his comments about Rob Reiner, and frankly, I'm amused at the reaction to those comments, considering Rob Reiner called for and applauded virtually everything bad that happened to Donald Trump, and encouraged all kinds of other bad things to be attempted on him, and him and Charlie Kirk, etc. So I'm not upset. I'm not among those that are upset about the comments that Donald Trump made.
Well, my take on that is that Trump has been abused and victimized by the left and the mainstream media and Hollywood for the last decade, maybe a little longer. And that response that I saw from Trump that night was the response of a victim. It was somebody that's been wounded over and over again. And I don't think that what Trump said was inappropriate because there's some wild accusations out there right now going around in X world about what Rob Reiner had maybe or maybe did do with his son when he was younger, which caused all this, domino effect of his lifestyle where he was a drug homeless,
Did he take a shower with him like Biden did with the girl?
Oh, it's
like that?
Far
like
worse
that?
than that. Yeah, it's Hollywood sex cult stuff is what is going around. They're saying about what happened with Rob Reiner and his buddies when they were younger, when his son was very young. So, and it's the same way in organizations and businesses. There's always this toxic mentality that someone has to be the target within a family too of everyone's anger. And it seems to me, from what I'm reading, is that this son was, from the time he was a little fella, was the target through Rob Reiner's ability to make him the scapegoat for everything in the family.
Wow.
So, and families are like that. You know that. Families do that everywhere across the planet.
Well, I'm human as the next guy, and when something bad happens to somebody that has mistreated me at some point in my life, I smile. I like to see karma come back around.
Exactly. Hey,
if that makes me a bad person, then so be it. But you know what? You talk smack about me, you talk smack about my family, and I can hardly wait to see how karma deals with you and your negative spirit and your negative energy. And I've been blessed in my life to see the hammer of karma come back more than once or twice.
Well,
and even better when it happens right away.
Going to not do that to him. So yeah, Karma is a bitch. There's no doubt about that. Sorry, I was supposed to say that.
Go
but
about it.
Hey, this deal, this marijuana thing. One of the things too that I was thinking, I wanted to say it when Charlie was talking to you was, and there's another aspect of this that nobody's talking about, and that's drug testing. So when individuals get tested for a job, they almost always test for marijuana, right? Well, if marijuana is no longer a Scheduled I drug, it removes it from the drug testing panel. The only panel it's going to have to be, I think DOT truck drivers might be the only ones that will have to be tested for marijuana. I don't even think they're going to be able to test the military, because when you do even the drug testing for, like, I don't know, anybody, for anything from a person working at the airport to somebody working at a hospital or wherever, they're only testing for those Schedule I drugs.
And if it's I'm sure they test for crystal methamphetamine and crystal, et cetera, the Schedule IIs. No, crystal meth is Schedule II.
Is that Schedule II?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the Schedule III, I'm pretty sure those ones are like the only time that the people get tested for those is if you're a medical patient, like you're doing like a what do you call that, a drug trial, or if you're I don't think do they test for codeine? I don't think they do they?
Codeine? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that codeine. Well, I guess for some people, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I'll see what I can find. I mean, it's all kind of fresh to me as well. I was thinking about drug testing, and to a significant enough degree, there's not a whole lot of it, not as much as I'd like to see. And with marijuana, it gets kind of tricky because it will stay in there, and it's hard to tell whether you smoked it this morning a half hour ago or whether you smoked it last week. I mean, it takes time for that to dissipate from the body, and I don't know, and maybe there's not enough research that has been done on it, is how long it takes to go from you had cannabis at some point to you don't have anything in your system that's traceable anymore. But having said that, as a private employer, if I wanted to prohibit the guy that drives the traffic reporter vehicle or the guy that climbs the tower to change the lights, if I wanted to prohibit them from consuming marijuana because I don't want to be liable for anything that happens to them while they're on the job if they smoke marijuana and climb the tower. And trust me, I've worked with people that have. I don't want the station to be liable if something happens to them while they're on the tower and high. So I might, for certain positions, continue to test for crystal methamphetamine, codeine, and marijuana.
Well, that would be a specific reason why, but just like for
but like in general, like so if somebody wants to work at government of Guam or work for the police department or something, are they going to still test for marijuana based on the change? But it's a good question.
Well, no, you can't. I don't think with it being a Schedule 3, I don't think you can just flat out test everyone. It's going to have to be for, like you just said, specific positions. So Johnny, we're not disagreeing. I just think it's a question of this is new. This is like 5 hours old, and so I don't think a lot of people have had a chance to take a look and see what their existing policies are and how this is going to change. Right, but the bigger thing. This is actually great news because economically, it's just going to put a huge steroid into the arm of our economy right now.
I agree. If for no other reason, the research. I think there's a whole branch of a kind of under the radar pharmaceutical industry that has been wanting to mainstream, and now they'll be able to do the research to be able to say that this kind of lotion here will relieve your pain. That this tea will have certain, psychological benefits and will be able to restore calm in your life. We'll be able to make claims and back them up. For a long time, you go to the store and you buy something with CBD in it or CBD and THC infused. There's a claim on what this stuff can do, and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. But now we'll be able to show what the efficacy is for certain strains, for certain levels of THC, CBD combinations of both that we'll be able to prove a point. And for veterans, for people with anxiety complexes, people with cancer, diet issues, there are now going to be tests that will be able to back up what people have been saying, the myth and legend of it have been saying for so long. I think that's great. And to the degree that it normalizes that conversation and makes it easier for people to embrace recreational marijuana use, that's even better. And the only thing that I would like, to a degree, is if we could make a strain of marijuana that didn't smell bad.
I amen to that. Las Vegas is the worst. I hate walking the strip because it's so bad.
Yes, it is. I mean, if there's a way that we could infuse something in it so it didn't smell, what is it, skunk weed, right? If there was something in there that didn't smell as bad as it does, maybe a perfume smell, maybe that's something that people ought to be worried, thinking about is, what are the genetic modifications that we can make now that we've got access to be able to research it? Is there something that we can do that will give it a little bit more of a pleasant smell? I don't think we'll ever get roses out of it, but maybe something that is not as intrusive and to some people offensive.
Well, the other attribute to this is it's a step further in the direction of removing it from the black market, because the black market, like you're talking about with these drug boats, although marijuana is not the chief export, it is a big problem. And look at alcohol. How many people go to a bootlegger to get alcohol these days? Nobody. So I would hope that at some point in the future, marijuana is going to be something that's not even talked about. It's not an issue. Nobody talks about alcohol anymore, about the legality issues of it or anything like that.
Well, as I mentioned this morning, I was challenged on exactly that point. You heard it. Andrea was saying, well, we don't do that with alcohol. And I'm going, well, wait a second. There is. I can drive down to a couple of houses down south and get me some tuba and drink that. And if you want to, you might be able to even find somebody that can distill it and make aguardiente out of it. And you might be able to sell that out of the back of the house, just a little bit of cottage industry that we tend to look the other way on. I've never heard of anybody getting busted for selling tuba.
Exactly. Yeah, and in the states where they don't sell alcohol on Sunday, there is a bootlegger selling legal alcohol out of their garage because somebody forgot to go get their supply on Saturday.
I got you. Johnny, it's always a pleasure talking with you. You have a fantastic day. We'll talk again on your Monday. Or your Sunday.
And tell Charlie he needs to run for governor.
Okay, I will. Even though I talked him out of it. All right, I'll see you soon. That was me. Yeah, this is me relying on the way it's always been. But maybe this is the bellwether year. I don't think it will be, but maybe it's the bellwether year. A couple of points. Johnny Utah brought up the fact, and if you haven't seen this on X, you're missing. Go to X. Go X. Facebook will stress you out. X will also stress you out. But there's funnier memes on X than there are anywhere else in social media. As an example, here we got. Is Santa Claus here? Yeah, wait a second. Hold on.
Oh, my God. Is that Dwayne?
I don't know who that is. Different guy. Wait, hold on.
No, not the former senator.
Wait, see, you can see it on the screen. You can on Donna's cam. All right. Anyway, so here's what X has got. There's pictures all over the place of in the presidential hallway, the Walk of Fame, where you got plaques. There's plaques now, and underneath them are descriptions of the presidents above. Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history, nicknamed both sleepy and crooked. Joe Biden was dominated by his radical left handlers. That's what it says under Joe's picture. Under Obama's picture, it says Barack Hussein Obama was the first black president, a community organizer, one-term senator from Illinois, and one of the most divisive political figures in American history. I thought we were over it when he was elected the president of the United States of America, but it just got worse. George Bush created the Department of Homeland Security, but started wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, both of which should not have happened. And under Bill Clinton, served as Attorney General and Governor of Arkansas before winning the presidency in what was called a major upset over President George H.W. Bush in 2016, though President Clinton's wife, Hillary, lost the presidency to President Donald J. Trump. And you're saying, wait a second, come on. He's got to have nice things to say.
No.
Ronald Reagan won the Cold War and transformed American politics and the conservative movement. He was a fan of President Donald J. Trump long before President Trump's historic run for the White House. Likewise, President Trump was a fan of his, and that's what it says.
That's one for the Gipper.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Top story in the alerts for Guam. Philippine Airlines launches game-changing nonstop flight from Cebu to Guam, a new gateway for Filipino travelers and tourists. And Travel and Tour World has this story, and it has been copied and repeated by virtually every travel and airline news magazine on the World Wide Web. Guam in the news again. Thank you, pal, for shining that beautiful light on the island of Guam. Look, I got to get out of here. We'll see what the governor comes up with that'll make headlines. For Monday this afternoon, a very special announcement from Josh Tenorio and Tina Rose Munya Barnes.
We're pulling out.
This is the big one. It's 10. Direct hit, right? It's 10 and time for Fox News. On the Point.
Taking a closer look at two shootings. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Investigators are now looking at a possible link between Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island that killed 2 students and injured 9 others, and the shooting of an MI